Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. So, Corey Holcomb. All right. Years ago, I seen an episode of The Wire, and I didn't know what it meant at the time. I thought it was just some strange local Maryland mumble jumble when Marlo Stanfield said, "You want it to be one way." So, for those of you who don't know, there was a scene in The Wire. I think it was like the opening scene of season 5 or something like that, where Marlo, who's a street dude, he's the local drug kingpin. He walks into a small bodega that's Asian owned, and he's seen the security guard looking at him. And he made eye contact with the security guard and decided, now keep in mind, this guy has a lot of money. He decided to steal two suckers, couldn't have been worth more than 50 cents, like right in front of him, and then look at him. And then walked outside and waited. Now, that is what's called a microaggression. That's him saying, listen, I know it's your job to deter theft. I'm going to steal right in front of you and show that you are too afraid to do anything about it. You're too afraid to do your job, basically. And the guy walks out, and what followed was an interesting exchange of words. And I always looked at Marlo like he was wrong for this. And to a certain extent, I still do. Because he, at the end of the day, he's just a man trying to do his job. And he was saying stuff like, I am a man, and, you just took that like I don't even exist. And to which he responded, you don't. And, Marlo just said, you want it to be one way, don't you? He said, what are you talking about? He said, you want it to be one way. And I didn't know what he was talking about. Until recently, possibly until this video, I did not know what he was talking about when he said, you want it to be one way. I thought that was just some local crap. And then, his boys come up and, all of whom are hitters. And he said, but it's the other way. And then he drove off, and then he had the dude delete it. I was like, wow, this dude is just petty. This dude is just petty. But what Marlo was tapping into, and this is why I didn't really know what it was about until I started coming into this space, is a word called deference. There's a social hierarchy, so to speak. And what Marlo was demonstrating was, I'm going to make clear who is the top of the social hierarchy between the two of us. And black men, for whatever reason, have a tendency to do that to each other. Notice he didn't just walk in and take it from the Asian store owners. He made it a point to hide what he was doing in front of the Asian store owners, and really just show the black security guard what it's about. Like, you may be over the day-to-day petty thieves, but I am over you. That's what this is about. And that's just like a test, really. It's a test. It's a microaggression. It's a test in that regard. So I want y'all to think about that while I play this video of Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels. I want y'all to see what's going on in this regard. And you're going to be surprised at what my stance is on the exchange between the two of them, because it all dovetails back to that Marlo Stanfield standoff. So I'm going to play the clip. And I apologize. It looks like my internet is running slow for whatever reason, maybe because of the storm or what have you. But please bear with me. Somebody said, like a sugar honey iced tea test. Close. Close. It's really like a boundary test. And you can see it amongst animals, especially, like pride animals like lions. And you can see it amongst apes as well, where we well, you can't really say that because they actually, lock horns, so to speak, or lock teeth and claws or what have you. Um, but once a boundary has been set between who's the alpha gorilla and who's the beta gorillas, once that has been set, you'll find some of the bolder beta gorillas, the ones that perhaps lasted a little bit longer in the fight between alpha and beta when that was determined, they like to like creep up on the boundary. Because from a geographical standpoint, the alpha is in the center, followed by the young lionesses of breeding age, and who's in the center with him, and then the older lionesses are around that, and then and then somewhere on the outskirts is the betas. But sometimes the betas like to go in a little bit to the center because the line isn't officially drawn, just to see how much they could get away with before the alpha attacks. So I'm going to show you this behavior. I want you to look at it from that standpoint, where beyond just words, what's going on behind the words.
$51.50 in the house. Is this the first or the second show of the year? Y'all already know what's up. I'm Corey Holcomb, eating these cherry sours I shouldn't be eating. This is Darlene or OG Ortiz, for people who don't know.
Thank you for that. Oh my God, not the full thing.
I was on time. I'm gonna just say that.
Hey,
Yes,
we
sir.
expected it. I already knew. That's why I got here almost on time.
I was on time.
My man, you dig what I'm saying? A lot of y'all know we said he was coming. Anton in the house. Hey man, let me tell you something. I'm so glad you're here because people need to see a clash like this. Not a clash within something bad, just people who got something to say, like what you say.
Okay, right off the bat, it's declared this is a clash, and I understand that. Like, I mean, it's more of, I know that we're not going to focus on the things that we agree upon in this conversation. We're going to focus on the things that we disagree upon. So right off the bat, this is going to be the opinions that we have that differs. It's a clash. It's not going to be a positive interaction. Take a look closer.
What I say, I think it's going to be interesting.
I do too. Yeah. I think it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we had a great conversation too. We had time before you got here, so we had a great
I
conversation.
buttered it up. So
you don't need to butter.
I made sure that she felt good about this.
Yeah, you don't need to butter.
We're still trying to get Shannon Sharp on here, so Darlene can have something to do after the show. That should be proud.
Oh, brother, too old. That man don't want this.
I know.
Your chat think they tough. I noticed.
They think they tough.
They think they tough.
Yeah, they be out there.
They not that tough.
We seen charging them up.
We
here we go.
We seen worse. I don't pay attention to niggas that don't got no profile picture.
I
promise to God, bro.
And they scared to step forward.
I don't pay attention. I think them type of niggas jerk off in their socks.
Yeah.
Well, now they've got.
All right, you already used that one. I don't know what it is about you and sock jerking. I really don't. You used that when you talked about the passport bros. You're lame. Yeah. Okay.
And so savvy where they can actually put a picture, but you open it up and it's like, oh, no post, no nothing. It's like, oh, Okay.
We don't take that serious.
Exactly. Keyboard cowards is what I call them.
Somebody's
Then why did you bring it up? I'm not going to take it serious. I'm just going to attack them. So that's Anton right off the bat.
said, what Craig had, he on time out. Craig had a show, folks.
That's right.
Craig going out here doing his thing.
Papa Craig.
But anyway, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. There's so much to say. I know we ain't gonna be able to get to it all, but
We're gonna try.
there's so much to say. I gotta ask you this, just off top.
I'm with it.
How do you feel? Because we ain't gonna do all politics, because that ain't what the show
We
about.
gotta get there though.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want you to miss no points.
All right, I'm with it.
What do you feel about this nation as they jack other nations for their resources and play it off
Good
like
question.
it's other reasons?
I
I'm
think
talking
that's a
about
part
this
of the
nation,
game.
the U.S.
That's the part of the game.
When you say the part of the game, I don't understand. Do you think-
Everybody done been conquered. Slavery didn't exist way before we ever came in here.
Mhm.
So
Okay. This is why Anton Daniels is highly disliked by certain people, because that's actually not the name of the game. We do not live in a world like that, and we haven't for quite some time. I think it was like certain colonies in Africa, that was like the last time the game was played like that. And the game's been over since WW2, and we all know how that ended for the person who tried to play the game that way. So no, it's not really, I'm going to jack you type game. I didn't see this part. I'm going to be clear on that. I didn't see this part. And when I was watching this show to prepare for you, Corey Holcomb has like a long intro. And I fast forwarded through the intro, and I guess I did too much. So I didn't really see that, this is how the conversation wound up. I'll tell y'all the part where I came in.
I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I tell you like this. I cannot respect men who are claim jackers. Like I don't
What? Give me an example.
like the United States.
No, give me an example, like a real life thing. Like, what did they take?
That is a real life thing, and millions of barrels of oil.
The United States.
Like taking this country?
Not just taking this country. How do you think you got here?
The transatlantic slave trade.
You're a smart man.
Right. I studied it. I know all about it.
So it's very hard to be respectful of what is here when me, for example, as an African-American male, I know how I got here. I didn't take the cheap flight on Frontier here. My people were kidnapped. My people were
sold by
robbed.
Africans.
They what?
They were sold by Africans.
You say all the people were sold by Africans?
How you think what you think white people came over there and got us?
Yes.
No, they were sold.
So
They just capitalized off of it better than the Africans did.
okay, so you're saying that all of the black people that were brought here were
What he's saying is true. What Anton is saying, and keep in mind, I haven't seen this part yet, but what Anton is saying is true. There may be isolated incidents of kidnapping going on, but the overwhelming majority were sold by other ones. And to be honest, I don't even think that there couldn't have been very many, major incidents of kidnapping, because you don't know who the white person wouldn't know who he's kidnapping. He kidnapped the wrong person's son, daughter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the wrong chieftain and the wrong king's, son, daughter. And, next thing you know, you won't be able to trade no more. So yeah, what he's saying is true. So Corey really is looking for the whole victim narrative, which they are victims. I mean, they're just victims of different groups of people.
sold by Africans.
Correct.
So the white people were just doing transactions over there.
Absolutely. It was capitalism. See, the thing about white people, you think that racism is inherently in them. Racism is inherently in all of us. Black people is some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't even like each other.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
Okay.
We don't even like each other. And so black people participate. Some of the first slavers in the United States of America was black people. That's the truth. So what I'm trying to understand is,
was slavery in the United States before?
Slavery existed thousands of years before we got here.
Okay.
Slavery was on.
That wasn't the question. The question was slavery in the United States prior to us? And the short answer to that is no. At least not the antebellum slavery that he's referring to, or the chattel slavery that he's referring to. No, it wasn't. So Corey is wrong on this, which is why it's an uphill battle, which is why I labeled to show this. However, the whole "that's the name of the game" should not come out of Anton Daniels' mouth. And the reason why it shouldn't is because you just admitted that the white people wasn't playing the game that way back in the day. So why would they play it now? See, they've already lost sight of the whole Venezuela thing. It's like, wait a minute, you just defended them saying, that they are above going to nations to just grab a resource that they want. A different type of black gold back then. That they were above that in the foundation of America, but now all of a sudden it's okay because that's the way the game is played, not by us. And according to you, not throughout the history of the US was it played. I mean, of course, Native Americans would say something different, but you get where I'm going with this.
On every single continent in this world. That's a fact. Now, the thing that's a problem with it is that, and this is the problem that I have. What you niggas want?
What do you mean when you say what you mean?
What do y'all want? Like, because y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand what is it that y'all looking for? What is going to help y'all?
A whole thing that has happened.
Because I'm solutions oriented. And I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black in the United States, you've been through some shit.
Okay, it was right around this part where I started listening. But Anton brings up a good, they're not really answering each other's questions. But Anton brings up a good point. And that is, what do you want? And I often, clash. I clash hard with Edward. I clash hard with many people on the whole reparation thing, because that's what it really comes down to. It's what do you want? You can't repair the past. You have freedom, you have opportunity, and you have access to the nation, to the wealthiest nation on earth. So the ancestors of the people who were sold is now in a superior position than those who sold to the ancestors of those who sold by a long shot. If you don't believe me, take a trip to, Timbuktu. So, and we have the ability to be in an even greater position of superiority, individually and collectively. So that is a very poignant statement, and that is, what more do you want? And his inability to answer that question, I mean, listen, his argument is on extraordinarily shaky foundation. That's why this is an uphill fight for him. Because he wants to speak to a group of people who, quite frankly, don't really have a leg to stand on. Now, he had his opportunity. I didn't see the part where, where Anton Daniels was like, hey, that's the way the game is played. He actually had a very, very, very good opportunity to counter him and, put the back and forth, put the exchange in his favor very early on in the conversation, but he blew it because he's speaking to the emotions of the situation.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit that they have never been through. You've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
Because most of the niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These are new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black?
Corey, you're uphill battle in the sand with no shoes on. Do not. Why would you fight? I don't recommend brothers do the reparations argument at all whatsoever. I really don't. Least of all to someone like Anton Daniels or Candace Owens, you know, those types. It's really a non-starter, because what you're asking is for a group of people that you constantly insult to be benevolent towards you. That's essentially what you're asking for. It's not even a sound argument. So stick with the Venezuela stuff. You have your notes there. You should, yeah. Okay. Anyway,
Black people in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism.
Yes. Definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than to ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
But do you
That's a
understand?
fact.
Do you understand that it's made like that on purpose? The position,
It's the system.
the
The system
position
against us. I got it.
okay, but the
that
position you and your people are in,
Who is my people?
black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to,
okay. Now you have an opening. Now you have an opening. That was a foolish thing. I haven't seen this part. I'm actually, kind of taken back, because before I had one opinion of how it happened and, where it went left. But now I have another. I'm actually surprised that I fast forwarded through so much, just to avoid that intro that I didn't really like. There's a number of ways I would have went with this. With the whole absurdity of I'm Christian first. And this isn't to denounce Christians and Black Christians or what have you. This isn't about that. This is about more so, one you can convert from, the other you cannot convert from. Let's start there. It's not a matter of first or what have you. It's a matter of which is the stronger part of your identity. I mean, but if you want to say first, you weren't necessarily born Christian, but you were born Black. So there you have that. One is a choice and one is, one is just a matter of inheritance. So that's a very weak thing to say. But I doubt, I haven't seen this part, but I doubt Anton would come with such a rebuttal because of the way that he's arguing thus far.
say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with
Black
that.
is a construct. They told you that you was Black.
Okay, well,
That's
brown,
why you start
brown
believing
is.
it. No.
Racism is a construct. Black is a color. And no, they didn't tell you that you were Black, just like, the dealer didn't tell me that my car is white. So no. Now, there may be certain things that's associated with Blackness that they told you, but not that you are Black. That's a physical appearance. That's not, a social construct.
We not brown. We not Black. We not none of that shit.
Oh, well, what are we?
We not none. For me, I'm a believer in God. That's what I am. My founder.
And really, by your own logic, you were told that. Just like, you were told that in the church that that's what you are. So that's, oh man, Corey just turns down. Okay, I don't really watch the 5150 show. I watch clips when something ridiculous happens, and those clips tend to consist of him just demolishing somebody who has an equally weak argument. So I watch the highlights from time to time. Now that I'm seeing this, I can see that he's not very good at this. And I'm also going to make another assertion. I think that his audience is probably very hood, and that's who falls for stuff like this. Keep in mind, I'm trying to be balanced here. I haven't seen this part, and furthermore, y'all know that I'm not a fan of Anton Daniels recently for what he was saying about Passport Bros. So, if anything, I would enter this, not intentionally, but I would enter this leaning towards Corey Holcomb. But I'm gonna call it how it is. I mean, Anton let his guard slip, and you didn't capitalize like 2 major times.
Foundation is always going to be Christianity, Christ, Jesus first. I don't claim none of that other shit. You're not gonna get me to believe in you based off of some shit that you can't control. You cultures, whether you're black, Chinese, Asians don't fuck with each other just because they're Asian. Chinese people and Japanese people and Taiwanese people, they're all different. Koreans are different. All white people don't fuck with all white people. So why do I have an obligation to fuck with somebody just because he black?
Okay.
And
now that's interesting, because I seen like a piece of his show or where he was covering this, and he was all gorilla chested out and stuff. And I could swear he's like, I hire 50 black people and blah, blah, blah. But what about this? I'm not obligated in that. So this dude, like I say, fair and balanced, but he's not my favorite person, and he hasn't been for a little bit now. Okay.
And then the definition.
Somebody made a very good point. They go by nationality. Yeah, they go by nationality. Other groups of Asians go by religion, and they also go by caste. So yeah, it's one of those things that I don't think that black people grapple with, because we are trying to determine who is the alpha group in the black community. And until that's made clear, we are going to squabble amongst each other. For example, and this is going back to history of, either Asian or white people. I'm not really sure what Greeks are, given their proximity to both Asia and Europe, but we're just going to say, because all the movies say that they were white. So white history. And even if you don't know the history of it, you seen the movie 300, and you seen that it wasn't just 300 of them. It was a lot of other Greek nations that joined them. Most prevalent of whom were the Athenians, who wasn't really depicted in that movie, but you did see the Arcadians and some Thessalonians and other tribes of Greeks that were there to fight off the Persians. And that's because there's an understanding that, and trust me, the Spartans were arguably far crueler to less developed Greek tribes than likely the Persians would have been. Nevertheless, those groups decided to come together to fight off against the Persians. And this isn't the first time. There was the Battle of Marathon where that happened again. And then later, with Alexander the Great, who invaded Persia, even though he was Macedonian. So nevertheless, they understood that we're Greek first when the opposition is non-Greek. We can continue to fight amongst each other later, but for now, we are Greeks. Now, Asians, when you say Asians don't come together, they will when they are going against an outside force. Then they become nationalized. They become, okay, before I was this separate group, but now I am Chinese. And that's happened, several times throughout their history. In fact, the reason why they went through the 100 years of shame is because they forgot that. And I'm talking about China in particular. So on a day-to-day, they are not as united as they would seem, except if they feel threatened by outside force, then you'll see the unity.
Of how you define black is based off of something that a white man gave to you.
Okay, well, trust me, brother. You white people, let me tell you something. I know Caucasian people that have looked at me and threw me licks. But I am from Chicago.
And I'm from Detroit.
It was Chicago is very segregated. I knew nothing about Caucasian people until I moved to Los Angeles. And a lot of the stories I heard, it turned out to be just that. But back to this Christianity, you have to understand this. You were taught that by the people who kidnapped you. Is that a lie?
Nope.
Okay, so
we was taught everything that you know on this earth, it was taught to you. The racism that you have in your heart, it was taught to you.
You say I'm racist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Why would you say that? Why would you make it a point to distinguish that the concept of blackness was taught to you when you, and then follow up with everything was taught to you? I'm telling you, Corey misses a lot of opportunities. Anton Daniels is not top tier when it comes to stuff like that. And this, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he just turned it down a notch. You know, like he's a Super Saiyan God, but right now he's just fighting regular. You know, he's fighting with his regular black hair. But so far, it doesn't really seem like he's on a major level.
Oh, I studied you.
See, this,
wow.
I studied you.
this is why.
Where am I racist? I a lot of racism in me.
Him put you on the defensive.
You guys to start the show off in your own like bubble.
No, when
wanna...
brother Anton Daniels was talking to me on the phone, I knew that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I believe we can have a conversation like men. It's like a lot of stuff he said right now, I disagree with so much. But
both of us.
I'm going to try to make a point because I have the hopes. I have the hopes in reaching him in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know that ain't guaranteed. I'm not.
And I have the hopes that I'm gonna get y'all off of the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about the Democratic plantation.
Everything that you speak of, it's a reflection of the same thing that they speak of. So you may not claim it, but you're a reflection of it.
Well, if I reflect something that is this Democratic plantation, I tell you what, I really don't study a Democratic plantation. I try to study being a stand-up human being where when I look in the mirror, I don't see a slick motherfucker. Right. That's what.
Okay. All right. That's good. I hope you take it back there, because what you're talking about now is morality. And if you want to say that the Republicans is behaving in an immoral way, then you would be better off in the political party of morality. You know, I mean, because right now you could just take it back to Venezuela and say, and I hope you do. I really hope you get that notch under your belt. Right now, you could just take it back to the, to Venezuela and say, well, if that is an example of Christian morality, then I would just as soon, identify as a more moral thing. You come on now. I hope you do this, because you're on the verge. You're on the cusp. You're on the cusp of it. Make it happen, brother. Make it. I'm rooting for you. I seen the end of this. I'm surprised I missed so much. I must have just like skipped through. I don't even know like where's the part that I came in was when one accused the other of kissing white ass and the other one, that's the part I came in. So I'm surprised I missed so much leading into that. I don't even want to fast forward again because I don't want to, I don't know what I'm going to miss.
I am.
I'm with it.
I don't like slick motherfuckers.
That's the first thing we agreed on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got there. But I get labeled all the time. I was talking to a young lady on the phone the other day, and she said, "I know you hate the what's the lady who calls herself a doctor? I'm blanking right now.
Oh my God,
Dr. Bryant." And I'm like, I don't hate nobody. Where do you get?
Nope, he took it completely off topic. So not only are you fighting an uphill battle, you're losing the high ground. You just surrender the high ground right now. Right now. Right now. You have the moral high ground. For anybody who thinks that bullying people out of resources is bad, you have that moral high ground. And you just surrender it to talk about Dr. Brian or some crap like that.
Hate from. And then I was on the internet. Every once in a while, I look at the pages that use my likeness and image and everything, and I listen to some of the stuff they said, and I was called bitter, and I don't know how to get money. But anyway, coincidentally, today I'm talking to a brother who knows how to work the internet well and get money.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's like everything comes in its.
You way off topic, brother. Jesus.
Reason for a man like me. I don't say I got all the answers to everything, but I am willing to talk logically to people who I feel like are able to communicate. That's what I'm saying. Because like the stuff you said, and so I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean that's your personality too. Like,
and it would be boring to hear just one person's take or views on things. This makes it interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am. You need a mic, ma'am. You can ask on the mic.
Oh, there's a live audience.
Anton, just a clarifying question. What about, are you comparing racism with prejudice?
I didn't hear any of this.
Do you think Black people can truly be racist, or are we just prejudiced?
no, I think that there's a lot of people that hate white people, like straight up hate white people, and it's very unfortunate because.
Okay. Racism isn't necessarily defined by hate. It's really defined by believing in a racial hierarchy. Typically, the racist would be one who believes that they are at the top of a racial hierarchy, or at least that they're above other race groups. And do Black people believe that? I would say yes. Whenever you hear the ones, and maybe they don't, they're just what's that word? They're projecting their insecurities. But there exists Black people who actually believe that Blacks are superior, and you hear this in the Hotep, and they're the ones who are standing out on the street corner yelling stuff and calling names to white people and stuff. Those are those type. So there do exist people like that in the Black community.
Because they're not even the ones that's winning over here. We compare ourselves against a group of people that the majority of them is on food stamps and welfare. They would be a disappointment to their ancestors.
Right, but isn't true racism a system that controls access to,
Well, that's the argument, right? The argument is
we can't make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and programs and things like that.
The main way that they
need to be empowered to be racist, to be quite honest.
See, that's what I was going to say. Y'all, that's the argument that Black people make, is that you can't be racist if you can't actually have an impact on another group.
Well, you can't act on your racism. I think that, that distinction needs to be made, and it's Anton's place to make that right now. But just because you can't act on your race, because racism is a belief, kind of like if somebody says you're sexist, but you don't really have any way to act on your sexism, then it doesn't change that you have that particular belief. Now, he was saying that individuals in the Black community are, not that we've created a system that's hostile, that those individuals have created a system that's hostile against other groups.
of people. So it's supposedly systemic. It's false.
Really?
I just seen a guy that used to be the president of the United States of America that wound up becoming the president of the United States of America for the second time, almost get everything taken away from him, literally. And he was basically being taken down by black people. Kamala Harris, Letitia James, who was the, in New York, Fani Willis, down in Georgia. All of those are black women, specifically that met with Kamala Harris months before they actually started this campaign during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me because then I have to ask myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct and if it's all about white people and all of the energy is going towards a person that black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America, but we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife. We fuck with him. As a culture, we champion him. We absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know I know that. That's why I ain't
vote,
arguing with you
Anton?
on this
So
point.
absolutely I vote.
Are you independent? What do you?
I'm a Republican.
You didn't know that?
I'm a
don't
I'm a
like him.
straight up,
I know
up
who he
and
is, but I
down
don't like him.
Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history because
Okay, that was dumb. That was dumb. The yellow woman with the yellow shirt and the yellow life preserver just said a very dumb thing. Are you Republican? Listen, if you haven't researched your guest at all, and I don't watch Anton Daniels like that, but I know he's a Republican. And even if I didn't, I would have figured it out by now. But oh, wow. It kind of leads me to question, like, why are you even there? That was a really, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. That's Ice-T baby mama? I thought his baby mama was white. But anyway, it's still a very weird thing to say, no matter who it came from. Like, all right, let's continue. That was just weird.
Republicans were the party of black people. It's the original party of black people. They were the people that actually.
This is very common knowledge. Corey Holcomb should not. The fact that you're laughing at it, and I'm hoping that you're laughing at it for a different reason, because things change. Things change, and 150 years is a long time for an institution to change. Like I said, Irishmen used to be the face of boxing. Like, I mean, things change over, decades, centuries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, and you could have went with that argument, but instead you laughed at the concept as if, Abe Lincoln wasn't a Republican. And as if Frederick Douglass did not run for vice president on a Republican ticket. I'm not saying that you need to be a historian to debate, but there's really basic knowledge of history on some class. What year did Columbus sail the ocean blue? In 1942. Or excuse me, in 1492. Like, come on now. And even if you didn't know, then understand that he's going into a place that you are not really versed in and pivot. Don't just sit there and laugh like he's the stupid one. Jesus. Don't laugh like he's the stupid one when you're confronted with something you don't know about.
When you're talking about emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. It mean I'm telling you
Right,
what
you
it
said
stands
you don't fuck
for.
with you don't fuck with the backdoor shit.
I don't.
I don't either. I don't.
That's what it's saying. What it means to be a Republican is this, because a lot of people like to say,
because this is backdoor Republicans.
and we were
I know.
taught by our parents.
Stop interrupting, dude.
Oh, come on.
We were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents that we vote Democrat no matter what, right? Regardless of what they stand for, regardless of the agendas that they push, regardless of how much nonsense that we see in our communities, regardless of how many people, how many Democrats actually destroyed our cities from Chicago to Detroit, all across the board. We were taught to vote that no matter what. You vote Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between the parties on a very fundamental level, not complicated at all.
Really? You finna say there's a difference between the parties?
This is the difference.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. You may say that it's the same type of public politicians that take advantage of the taxpayers and take advantage of the people. The difference in the parties historically is Republicans want less government so you can do what the fuck you want to do. And Democrats want more control, so they want to control what your money is, where your tax dollars go, and what you can do with your money.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this.
That's the fundamental difference.
I'm gonna tell you this. And you don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you.
I'm listening.
The people in charge are not Democrats or Republicans.
Holy crap.
I understand that.
Kamala Harris is allowed to do whatever she's done.
We get that.
This new president, he's allowed to do whatever he is willing to do, or they allow him to do.
Facts.
Everything is allowed. There are people in charge of this nation that flat out run shit. And if ain't nobody got the power to uproot them, then we're going to keep having people paying a whole bunch of money for houses. And
wow, that was random and out of nowhere. Now this is I didn't expect this tactic because it's rarely used, but this is what I call the invisible enemy tactic. This is we need to unite under an invisible enemy. This is Republicans and Democrats need to get together in order to combat this unseen threat. Kind of reminds me of, for those of you who know, those of you who don't, listen up. But on Game of Thrones, you know, they were having their wars, you know, between, I guess you call it East and West, and, you know, one had dragons, the other side didn't. And then they just came out of nowhere and like, listen, there's an enemy out there that's worse. There's, you know, the White Walkers are coming. Let's unite to get this enemy. Now, that's not even a fair comparison because they made it visible. So never mind. All right, let's continue.
A fire hydrant don't work in front of it, but they'll charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate in the local elections.
Well, you understand voting don't work, right?
It does work.
How?
It does, but you just missed it.
I heard everything you said. I can't wait till you tell me how voting makes a difference in this country.
We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate. And
this is horrible. This is just downright horrible.
Local.
Ain't nobody going for the sucker shit no more. We got to go.
You're missing it.
You got to uproot the people in power before a real difference happens. Voting is for suckers.
It's not. People that don't vote are ignorant as.
Oh, by the way, if you're not black, you wouldn't say we have a less than 20% turnout. Just saying. But voting is for suckers, and if you vote, you are a sucker. And this is why I was saying earlier, I think that his audience is real hood, because for whatever reason, adults that are hood identified really have like a very juvenile mindset, meaning that stuff that junior high kids would say back and forth to each other, you know, that too cool for school stuff. Math is for stupid people. It's along those lines. He's coming off as that. And only adults in that particular cohort really gravitate towards. I don't watch his show. And largely because in regular conversations with people, when somebody says something like that, I'm like, okay, you know, and I tend to not continue conversations with them. Now, I do understand that sometimes people will be indifferent. They find themselves indifferent. And they don't want to choose the lesser of two evils. I definitely get that. But the concept of participating in the democratic process isn't stupid. If you come to the intelligent conclusion to not participate in one particular issue, then that's on you. It's kind of like, for example, what's it called? Well, let's just say gay marriage. If you're a straight person and you say, you know, something, that's not my fight, I'm just going to stay out of it, and you leave that blank, then yeah, I understand that. I left a couple of propositions blank, but I wouldn't say anybody who voted on those particular propositions were stupid.
Fuck.
Well, I guess I'm ignorant because I would never participate in no
People
sucker
that
shit.
don't vote, and
I'm
it's
gonna
so
show
funny.
up and vote like a sucker.
And not only is it ignorant,
We had presidents, we had Democratic presidents.
you're not even
we in
hearing
the
what I'm
same
saying.
joint.
I'm talking about locally. You talking
So yeah, Anton has a point. Dang, this is hard to watch. I can't believe I missed so much of this. I don't know why. It just skipped to that one part to where, oh yeah, so now we're about to get to that part. So, because that's when he starts standing up and stuff. But wow, dang, this is hard to watch. I gotta say that's
about national.
I don't give a fuck if
It
it's
matters.
local.
It
I don't
matters.
if you
It
vote,
absolutely
that
matters.
means you in line.
No, if you vote first, the first thing that it means is that you respect your ancestors that died for your right to be able to do
I
it.
don't agree
Your
with that.
ancestors,
They voted for you. They died for your right, not your obligation. Nevertheless, you know, it does mean that if you don't participate in the democratic process whatsoever, then it really makes little sense for you to speak on politics. And you're just turning down an opportunity that you're just turning down a huge opportunity. I'll leave it at that.
So funny to
didn't
me.
do it like this.
Because
people went to war when the government tried to overthrow the people and the power of the people. It was wars. There hasn't been a war inside the U.S. where the people who getting fucked over are doing something about motherfuckers with 30 felonies being the president.
It's
war. All sucker shit
it's
going
a war
on.
every day. It's just not physical anymore.
Well, that's the problem.
It's
we
here.
need physical wars.
It's not.
Until motherfuckers ready to jump it off,
it's not.
We gonna always.
I did not know that this nigga was this stupid. So first you're going to say, you know, what happened in Venezuela was wrong. And now you're saying we need physical wars. Why do brothers actually, especially dudes that shape like this? Dudes that do like 20 push-ups a year. Like why are they the ones who are quick to instigate physical confrontation against the strongest military force that has ever existed in the history of humanity ever? You own 3 bullets. Talking about we should make this physical. I don't know if he's flustered or if he's just downright stupid. Maybe it's both.
Be talking. But see, real gladiators don't talk. Real gladiators make it happen. And the gladiators.
Oh gosh, you're about to make what's about to happen look far, far, far so much worse. I can't believe I missed this. I cannot believe I missed this. Holy crap, I cannot believe I missed this. Did this dude just say, okay, keep that in your brain. Keep that in your brain when you're about to see what you're about to see. I want y'all to, real gladiators fight. Oh, holy crap. Holy crap. Wow, this is not going to age well. And it's only going to age for like 10 more minutes before it's stopped aging well. Wow. Just by the way, gladiators were slaves. We covered that on previous videos. Jesus. This is not going to age well at all.
I ain't gonna lie. We are under control right now. We haven't rose up and did what needs to be done.
Who are you under control by?
You under control by the people who will motherfucking blow this motherfucker up. We ain't stupid.
Who is he? Because I want to know who.
Why do you think that ICE agent was able to shoot that woman? I want to
know who the. Hold on. Let's be real. Fuck that woman.
Well, that's
okay. Now you have an opportunity
to somebody you don't know.
Now you have an opportunity. Now you have an opportunity. Anton just said something real stupid. Now you're not gonna capitalize on it. Because when he says something stupid, a lot of people look at it as an opportunity to counter with intelligence, but you counter with greater stupidity. All right.
Or whatever.
No.
I'm on the streets. I've been pulled over by the police.
Who ain't on the streets?
Or the ICE agents or whatever.
You in LA. I'm in Detroit. I'm in the blackest city in the United States of America. I can move anywhere I want to go. I choose to stay in the core of my city, and I choose to participate in my neighborhood. I choose to tithe to the streets. I choose to put kids through college. I choose to interact and truly use my tax dollars and whatever it is and give jobs.
Okay, you got him. I mean, Anton Daniels just said that he's not, our black is a social construct, but you are acting within that social construct. Why are you doing this if it's just a social construct? Dang, he's missing so many opportunities. This is sad.
I employ over 50 people. I put my money in my community with my people. So I choose to engage. So when we talking about being in the streets, that don't count to me. I don't
well,
hear
that's
that
what
shit.
Should count.
I don't hear that shit.
Out there in the streets where the people live that you helping, they could get pulled over and shot by a cop, and an investigation will be said. But here's the truth. We know, if I believe you know this already, when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it.
My God, this is so crazy.
Do you think that's wrong? What I said?
This is so insane.
Is that what I said? I said when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Is that a lie?
This is so insane.
But you didn't answer it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this: the majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
It's easy to say all black people are stupid as an example. Say something about.
Okay, this is where I came in. Now that I see what led up to this, I have a stronger understanding of the foundation. I think that both party thinks that the other party is stupid, and that's where the disrespect is going to start to seep into the conversation. But I'll pay close attention to how the disrespect is done.
The white people.
No. You're not.
I don't think you got
people all the time.
Well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me?
I
Because I
talk
don't
about
know.
liberal
I hear
white
you
literally being the biggest enemy of the United States of America. That's the thing I say every single
Caucasian
day.
female, the biggest enemy.
Literally, white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their
There's a
men?
point there.
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the core.
No, I think you're doing what's easy.
No. I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them, because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that. But here's the
I
truth.
don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall of it?
Okay. Any man who calls men males, because that's what he's talking about. Like Anton isn't talking about boys. So yeah. Who default to the word males when this is an adult conversation about adults is likely compromised. He's likely feminist compromised, whether he knows it or not.
Well, accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men since you've been up here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hate it when people do that argument. I truly do. You know, that whole "you haven't talked about this" argument. Basically, they're putting a criteria on you in a way, in a means for deflection. They want you to do your own deflecting. That's ridiculous.
I hear you
don't
taking
you don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong.
You're too busy.
My capacity.
Because
There's something about Caucasian males and how they destroy this nation. Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down because you talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, you talking loud, and you still talking around. What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down? You dancing around it. And that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass.
Now, and this is where the conversation, this point right here, is where Corey lost all frame. I mean, okay, put it like this. He could have put anything in there. Like, you're kissing midget ass because you wasn't talking ill of midgets just now. It really, this is where it makes no sense, but now we're going into the realm, and I'm actually have to take this conversation in a different direction than what I initially intended, because this is where I came in on, and it looked like Corey was playing that whole, and he is, but he's doing it for a different reason. He's playing that whole "you're Uncle Tom" thing that a lot of street dudes like to do when they can't do anything else. And basically, Uncle Tom is really a misnomer, if there ever was one. But, and if you don't believe me, read Uncle Tom's Cabin. But in addition to that, he's trying to diminish him in the eyes of Black people, because that's kind of like the worst thing that you can call a Black person. It's what Malcolm X did to Martin Luther King. You know, it's what Muhammad Ali did to Joe Frazier. Like, It's really a thing that some black people do in order to take away a black celebrity's base. You know, you have Malcolm X and you have Martin Luther King, and it's like, you know, both have black followers of different religions, one Christian, the other Muslim. And if you want to take away, you know, or get people to convert from Christianity to Muslim, then you would call him the Uncle Tom. That's what's really going on. Now, pay close attention to the bottom of your screen. This is something that Corey said earlier, so we're going to dig into that.
Best kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the dick of black people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
Nah, homie, let me tell you something, homie.
I don't suck dick.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
So fix
you doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck dick,
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't do that.
I tell you.
I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats.
No.
Let's switch seats.
I'm with it.
Homie, I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I don't give a fuck about none.
Well, I tell you.
Okay. This is where, well, I shouldn't even say this because it's been happening for a moment now, but are you under some type of spell to where you don't realize that you accused him of kissing white ass? And which is a sexual thing. If your lip is on a man's ass, is not something that heterosexual men participate in, at least not that I know of. Like, I never had like a homie be like, hey, what's up, my dude? And then, you know, I just pull my pants down and he kissed me in the ass. That has never happened. That's you are accusing him of a sexual act involving a man. And he threw a similar accusation back at you. And that's when the hostility came. Okay. Once again, this is what I'm talking about when it says, you know, you want it to be one way. You want it to be one way, don't you? Like, that's what I'm talking about. You can't have it one way, at least not with certain people. And in this case, Anton, you can't have it one way. You can't accuse me of foul mouth play on a person's erogenous zone, you know, on a man's erogenous zone. You can't accuse me of mouth play on a man's erogenous zone. And it's like, okay, so you have set the benchmark. You have set the benchmark of what's acceptable in the conversation on your show. If it's acceptable for you to accuse me of mouth play on a man's erogenous, okay, we could play that game too. And to me, now he's testing. We're going to see how this plays out.
You what? Watch that dick sucking shit, because that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking.
You say a lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You
okay, but that gay shit. Oh, you
I don't give a fuck about what you talking
Hey, homie, I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put no dick sucking shit. Don't put no dick sucking shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say I suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No. I
don't do fucking shit.
I'm gonna respect because it's your platform, and I flew out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But you're not bossing up on me.
Yo,
we good. I did already. I don't do dick sucking shit.
Put the microphone right down, right now, and go out back. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you.
All right. I'm not saying that you're obligated to fight. Just because you were literally called out right now. But you you have made it clear, and we're going to look at the bottom of the screen from what he said earlier, that you are not a real gladiator, nor should you want to be, because gladiators, once again, were slaves. So, but you did make it clear. Why would you say that? This is embarrassing. This isn't okay. If you were to give like a simplistic character, I can't say the word, but if you were to divide black men into two categories, and have no gray area in between, then Anton would be considered the educated lame, and Corey Holcomb would be the street dude. If you were to just have no sophistication and just draw a clear, no gray area line on black men and say you're in one camp or the other, then again, Anton would be the educated lame and Corey would be the street dude. For the sake of this conversation, that's what we're going to do. There's a belief amongst street dudes, and I know this all my life, being a nerd and being a articulate. There's a belief amongst street dudes that if you beat your chest hard enough, the lames are going to back down. Oh, somebody say he's a dropout. Okay, so let's just say street dude and non-street dudes. There's a belief amongst street dudes that lames are always going to back down. And I think it stems from the assumption that he has more to lose and he's more future focused. He thinks greater about the consequences of his action than a street dude. And maybe there's truth in that, but that's not always going to be the case. And what I've noticed is that a lot of street dudes rely on that. And they have come now to over rely on it. Hit the like button. Chicken knowledge here. Because this like what's happening here is deep. What's happening here is deep. We're about to see Corey's tone change once he realized that this doesn't work. Because stuff like this is supposed to work. I'm a street dude, you're a non-street dude, and you're supposed to back down based on that general understanding. That's the way it works. When a dog barks, a cat climbs a tree. That's just what I have grown up under, and that's just how I have come to understand the world. That's why I say stuff like real gladiators fight. It's supposed to get physical, even though from the looks of me, I'm not really physically capable of much. So right now, this is where it just gets bonkers. And, this really, I've seen this play out so often in real life that it's ridiculous. You actually got to be ready to back it. Mars, there's no such thing as Oakland College.
just running your mouth.
I'm not running my
I
mouth.
got
You
a question
running
for
your mouth.
Anton.
I don't do
You
no
doing
dick
this shit
sucking,
for
so I ain't doing it for the internet.
If you
I'm
want
saying,
Say Anton,
I'm saying,
listen, don't
I'm gonna
disrespect
let
me
you
like
finish.
that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that, I'll respect you. But don't boss up on me because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't fuck with either. But I'll let
Anton is in the right here. Again, and y'all know how I feel about Anton. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear that there was an Oakland College in Michigan. Okay, my mistake. Or I did hear that there was a city called Oakland in Michigan. So my mistake. Nevertheless, Anton, and trust me, it's not like I like this dude. It's not like I like Anton or anything like that. Y'all know how I feel about him. If you don't know, then watch my previous videos where I talk about his coverage of Passport Bros. Nevertheless, he is 100% in the right here. He's saying, like, listen, if you don't like me making sexual innuendos on you, then I expect the same courtesy. You just accused me of kissing white man's ass. So is this basically what he's saying? Like, is this not a conversation where we just make wild accusations about mouth play on each other? Because if it's not, I expect the same courtesy. And that's a perfect handling of the situation. But yeah, it's like, but no, you want to boss up. Once again, real gladiators fight. Like, all right.
that shit rad because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm going to extend the same respect to you.
Okay. He miscategorized what he did. But I'm not going to hold that against Anton given the heightened emotions that's going on. But he didn't really call you out of your name, but he did accuse you of kissing white man's ass. He did accuse you of that, and you accused him of sucking a black man's dick. Not much or sucking black men's dick. Not much difference in the accusations. You met him with the same force that he met you with. You matched his energy. I don't see you doing anything wrong in that particular regard.
I got a question for bro.
Okay.
No. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Oh, we just getting loud. I ain't gonna get loud.
No, let's not pretend like you're not trying to physically intimidate him and trying to make him look weak in front of an audience. Let's not pretend like, I just talk loud. No, we know when a person moved towards someone in hostile intent. We're not stupid. So yeah, let's not do that. Let's not play that particular game. Come on now.
Take that shit as a threat.
Okay, well, it is a threat if you calling me dick sucking. I don't dick suck, my nigga.
Man,
Well, I don't think that Anton kissed male ass either. Like, these are colloquialisms. These are not, meant to be taken literally.
fuck what you talking about.
I don't
bro.
dick suck.
If you want to get back to the
And this is the worst thing. This is the worst thing you can possibly do to a street dude. And I know because I've done it. Because what you've done is you've taken the best part of his stereotype and completely diminished it. You just completely demeaned it. You just completely destroyed it. is what you did. And now he's stuck. Now he's stuck. And Jesus. And to be honest, and I'm not going to get into the situations where I did it, but trust and believe, these were situations where I had to do it. And the reason why I only do it when I have to, kind of like Anton here, is simply put, I don't want to take the last thing a person has. I don't like, this is okay. Think of it like a plantation owner, a slave owner. Like, you have a bunch of slaves, let's say 100 of them, and all they have is music. Like, they work all day, and then at night, they outside, beating the drums, playing the music, playing the what's that called? Not the fiddle, violin. Like, all they have is their music. Now, maybe this music keeps you up at night sometimes. It's like, something, it has to be extremely loud for you to just take away that last piece of humanity that they have. Because once you take away a street dude, an individual street dude's unproven reputation for having them hands, then he has nothing. Okay, y'all not hearing me. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let me know that you're hearing me. The movie Belly, where you had Wise and Lakeith. And, they wanted to be like Buns and Sincere. They wanted to run the streets. They wanted to pull heists, and they wanted to do this, this, and this. And then they was out to dinner smoking weed. And for whatever reason, Lakeith decided to say, man, if it was up to me, I would have bodied all them niggas. That's him pretending to be a street hard tough dude. That's him being, pretending to be a street hard tough dude. And then what did his best friend say? Now, he shouldn't have said this. Why are you going to take all he has is his humanity, or excuse me, is his reputation. All he has is his reputation. So he just called, he said, you was right there and you didn't do shit. He didn't have to say that, but it did seem to be true. You was right there and you didn't do shit. Stop saying what you would have did when you was right there and you didn't do shit. Now, Lakeith backed down because he know he was there and he know he didn't do shit. But because homie was high, he decided to pull his card more. And he said, what? You mad that I'm pulling your card in front of Buns? Let's keep it real. You was ready to cry like a bitch. You was there praying that nothing was going, and he just called him all the way out. Like, in a hostile situation, you was scared. He called you out for that shit. Dude didn't have any other choice but to pull his weapon out at that point. He had his card pulled. He had to pull his weapon out. That's what you had to do, and we all know how that ended. That's really how street dudes are. And that's why it's like, why am I going to take the last bit of dignity that he has? Yeah, exactly. Nah, nigga, ain't no bitch in me. That's what that's Corey right now. No, nigga, ain't no dick suck in me. Real gladiators fight. It's like, all right. And Anton is just like, listen, it's kind of like what Fatty did to Tommy. Damn, this is just embarrassing.
that dick sucking
You're
shit
not gonna
again,
do
nigga.
shit. You're not gonna
Come
do
at me with. Say I suck dick again, nigga.
We can go all back right now.
Fuck I am.
We can go all back right now. I'm with it.
I bet you won't say that.
Okay. Don't suggest it. Don't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Behave as if this could happen. I'm not saying that he should fight him. I'm saying that all the stuff that happened prior to this, he shouldn't have done. That's what I'm saying. All the stuff that happened prior to this, Corey Holcomb should not have done. Damn. Just damn. I don't really. I mean, I'm just reporting. I'm trying to stay neutral as fuck, but a lot of people do this, and it's almost always the street identified or the more street identified person that get called out in situations like this. And if you're a street identified dude, it's better to not do it unless you are actually ready. Just once again, because it's kind of hard to relay what I'm trying to say properly, because I'm not saying that he should have fought him, but I am saying that you should not have done all this shit leading up to this. That's what I'm saying. And this goes for you individually. And it also goes for what you're doing in general. What you're doing in general to Black people. Stop provoking somebody unless you're gonna fucking do something. Stop provoking people unless you're going to fucking do something. And I'm not even talking about you individually now. I'm past that. You're talking about, yeah, Black people need to prepare for physical altercation. Shut the fuck up. Because when them Navy SEALs come knocking out your door, you're gonna do the same shit that you did to Anton. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. We need to get ready to overthrow the American. Shut the fuck up. Shut it. Stop. Just stop with the tough talk. And holy shit, this is so analogous to what these types do all the fucking time. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And you know, this is somebody who's your size and your beard length. Like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. All right. I'm gonna move past. I'm gonna move for
We know that. I got money for all this. Whatever. I got money too.
so now all of a sudden you're the person with something to lose. Now all of a sudden, oh, I got something to lose. It's no, you thought that Anton was going to behave like he's the one with something to lose when you got in his face. Once again, it's just like that scene with Marlo. You want it to be one way. Why are you walking in front of this dude talking about, I ain't stepping to you? Why you stepping to him? This is not a good look. This is, and I hate to say it, but street dudes, particularly the black ones, are chronically taking L's like this.
This shit. Hey,
No, it's just not respect.
I ain't falling for that. I ain't falling. Colleen, get out the way. Don't get in the way.
This is bad.
To go back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit, watch that. That's all I'm saying. And if
Nah, it's not. It's you put it past that now. When you got in his face, when you started doing this and this, you know, you come on now. The whole energy is different. The whole energy, you could have said that in the beginning, and you would have got a completely different response from Anton. Like, whoa, that dick sucking shit, I ain't with it. Listen, more than once, I had to tell a dude, a not black dude, don't use the N-word. Was I in his face like Corey was? Like, you know, oh no, you ain't gonna call me that. You ain't gonna call me, you know. Did I do all that? Like, nah, don't say that word. You know, like when Jackie Chan was like, what's up, my nigga? Like, whoa. Listen, I know you're new here, and I know you just heard your partner say that, but it's offensive when a person from a different culture says it. So I thank you not to say that. But nah, you just want to, you know, start kung fu fighting. It's like street dudes really, Jesus fucking Christ. So now it's a point of diplomacy. Oh, fuck.
We can get back to the conversation.
But just know,
I'm not
ain't
listening to
dick
none of
sucking.
that shit. You want the conversation?
Long as you
we can
know.
get back to the conversation.
Long as you know.
Bro, you not.
He's still trying to talk like Jesus. He's still trying to talk like he checked him.
Sure, for sure. I got a question for bro though.
And I'm gonna respect him on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just
He said what he said, so I'm gonna.
given that black people are on the Democratic plantation, what do you say about the use of Christianity to make slaves out of black people? How do
And
we
what
become
today's
Christians?
time?
That's actually a good question, because Anton Daniels invoked history when he talked about the Democratic Party. So it's right that this person invokes history when he talks about the Christianity's history as it pertains to black people. So it's actually a very good question, and it helps to diffuse the situation.
Or
No,
historically?
Historically.
Yeah, absolutely. It was used in a negative way, but anything can be used in a positive or negative way. You can weaponize literally anything. Corporate America, for example, you can use the internet in order to push out propaganda, or you can use it to communicate effectively with the people. You can use money to manipulate. Christianity itself is used. The Quran is used in a negative way in order to control people.
Absolutely.
So it depends on the person, and that's why we evaluate the person based off of their fruits instead of evaluating them based off of Christianity itself. Because
Right.
everybody that calls himself a Christian is not a Christian.
100%. So I agree that the teachings of Jesus are pure. However, in the hands of Caucasian white males,
That's not true, because I know some good
the
Caucasian
teachings
white
of
men.
Jesus.
Don't interrupt.
And I know some
Don't
bad
interrupt.
Caucasian white men.
Okay,
Okay,
right,
so
correct.
look.
I want to
check
hear
this
what
out.
brother.
This is what
Ah, damn.
this is what I'm saying.
Let homie finish. I wish they would have let homie land. He was actually going somewhere, with that. Now, I didn't particularly like where he was going with it. To say that if you're white and Christian and male, then you must be somehow bad. But I want him to actually finish that. If that's where he was going with that.
The reason I don't have a lot of people up here at the show is because I know a lot of people aren't initiated when it comes to talking to men of a certain mindset.
Holy shit!
And
He's stuck on that. He's stuck on that. He can't. He feels the L that he just took. And I told you that is the worst thing you can do to a street dude, is to take away his tough guy image. The worst thing you can do to a street dude is take away his tough guy image. They're on a whole different topic, and he's bringing it back to that. And this is him now. This is damage control. This is damage control.
I don't believe you knew what you was doing when you said something
Holy
about
shit.
dick sucking, brother. I can.
I apologize.
Okay, hey, bro. I appreciate that.
I apologize.
I appreciate that, because this ain't no show. The last thing I want to do is get into it with you physically.
Then why in the
But
fuck you
I
step
have
to
a
him?
switch.
I do too. And I'm a man, just like
I
you.
respect your switch. I respect
I
your
respect
switch.
you too.
Okay, good. I'm glad,
We
brother.
good.
It ain't no fake shit right here.
Absolutely, I'm with it.
We straight. I respect your switch, brother. And I'm saying, like, a lot of people don't know the way I was brought up. You can't step to men like that. So I'm not checking you. I'm just trying to let you know
We good.
that when we talk to each other a certain way, like if dick sucking is brought up, that's just like motherfucking pissing on my shoes. So I'm saying, like,
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. It really isn't. You look like how Will Smith would look like if Chris Rock slapped him back. That's how you looking right now. And now you feel the urge to educate him. And this isn't this is really just for image sake. This is just so you can be seen at, because now what you're doing is you're defining masculinity to a man. You don't know, but I'm a street dude. There's just the worst thing you can do is say suck my dick to a man. What the fuck? I think it was Easy E. Where he just said, all of y'all can just suck my dick because I'm still talking shit. And it was just taken lightly because it's not, it's like, okay, it is not, it damn sure isn't fighting words. Especially in the context of the conversation that they were having. You've seen it as an opportunity to maintain a high ground of some sort while maintaining your image as a street dude. Once again, not a fan of Anton. Don't get this twisted. I'm calling this how I see it.
I could get back straight. I didn't, when I
Listen,
said it wasn't phony.
listen. I get into it with my homies. I get into it with my brothers. I don't
get
have no
into it with
sisters.
squad,
I got three brothers, and we scrap it out. I scrap with my nephews. It is what it is. And then we shake hands and we keep it moving once we have a disagreement and we get it out of our system. So if we good, then we good.
I'm good.
I'm with it. Let's get to the conversation.
That's why I tried to explain myself right there, because I'm like, this man probably don't even know that my mind is set up, Anton. My mind is set up when people do things like throw I call it backdooria on my show.
Mhm.
When people throw that at you, it's a set off. And I'm saying, like,
Okay. This switch that you're talking about, you were able to turn it off pretty quick. And yes, men do have that switch. And you turned it off real quick. And the reason why is because it never was really on.
I ain't trying to get set off. I think I'm a lot more than somebody with name calling to get at me, but
That's exactly what happened. And trust me, most men or boys seen red before. And you didn't see red. There isn't no, middle-aged Asian woman, that's going to stop you from seeing red. You were being strategic. You wanted to alpha him publicly, just like you do others. That's your intent. And it backfired horrendously. And this goes back once again to the Will Smith thing. That was Will Smith's attempt to look like less of a bitch. And really, the world didn't really see him as a bitch. They seen him more of a cuck, which is the most accurate definition of what he was, than a bitch. So you decided to assert your masculinity or repair your reputation at the expense of Chris's. So you felt that you was going to yell in this dude's face, he was going to back down, and the optics would have been, to your favor and not his. And it backfired, just like it did on Will. Lesson here is stop trying to build your reputation off the broken reputation of other Black men. Lesson here.
See, I don't believe you, Corey. I don't believe you, bro.
Okay.
And let me tell you why I don't believe you. Because you do the same shit that you feel offended by.
You said something about kissing a man's ass. Did you not?
And choose what's disrespectful because you applying it to you. It's other people out there that don't take that shit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. So listen.
Know you, so you don't know what I look at as disrespectful. And so as a result, I just let that shit ride. The only thing that ever triggers me is it, and this is why I like to do shows in person. I told you before the show, I said I don't do no more live streams with people that I don't know. Did I not say that? Because I want to see and look in their eyes and see what's really happening, right? And the reason that is because the only thing that set me off is if somebody make it seem like they ready to do something. Then I'm like, okay, well, it's all hands up. Fuck the conversation.
Well, how about this? People may be ready to do something for whatever reason. They want to be ready to do something. But what I'm saying to you is, in this world, they are trying to normalize men in dresses. They trying to normalize a woman wearing a thong in front of a church gathering or whatever.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? I could handle whatever is happening out there, but I'm saying, like, I'm still standing on this. I'm standing on this. If a man walking up to me with some homosexual talk, like, I could take.
All right, you are in damage control. I'm gonna fast forward pretty soon, but you are in major damage control because he apologized, and you're still on it. And you had a guest ask a question about Christianity and the history thereof, and white Christianity versus Black Christianity, and you're still on it. You're still on it. He already apologized. I mean, yeah.
I said this before. I could take a meeting at a brother like Tyler Perry's house.
Shout out to Lennox. For those of you who don't know, Lennox is the Jamaican dude from Belly. He watching a soccer game, and DMX was like, "Come on, man, you acting like he's scared." He's like, "Whoa, wait a minute. Do not bring scared business into my house." He was like, "You're talking to the roughest, toughest, brass-clad Jamaican that you've ever seen. I kill from nothing. I take no respect from no one. Do not bring scared business into my house." He wasn't in his face. He wasn't yelling. He just like, "Listen, you stepped over a line. I know that to you, that seemed to have been, like a small diss, or that, or you wasn't even dissing. You just like, don't be scared. But like, no, that is a major word of disrespect. I'm not going to get loud, belligerent in your face and force you to get defensive. Do not bring scared business into my house. Don't do that." And then they went back to talking business. That's how what the fuck was all that?
Because I know what's gonna happen if it go bad. The house gonna get tore up. I ain't saying that to act like I'm tough.
No,
I'm just
I
saying
feel you.
there's certain things that we as men cannot say to each other without clashing. And it is my opinion with niggas that I know and where I'm from, if I say to one of my homies, man, suck a dick, everybody will get quiet that we know.
Nah, it's not that serious. And stop trying to use hood words now. It's when I say to my homies, dude, just stop it. Just stop it.
And they'll be like, what is that? What is that? Because it's like, that's that homosexual talk. So what?
Exactly. Exactly. There is no ambiguity in what's fighting words when somebody says, let's fight. That is 100% no bullshit, like suck my dick. Oh, that's fighting words. No. Let's fight is fighting words. And that's something that's through all cultures.
What I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? If it's one way to get a brother like me, I know brothers who are preachers that put down for that right there. I'm saying, black man.
Wow,
Listen,
that's a completely
listen.
different energy. I mean, this is the energy that you come with when somebody unknowingly offends you. That's the energy that you start with. The energy you had before was on some fake tough guy shit, keeping it a buck. Like, because like I said, that's the energy I come with when somebody unknowingly offends me. Because the people I told you about, they weren't white. And they were either like new here or it's their first generation here. Actually, one time it was a woman. It was a white girl who listened to too much rap. But what's the point in all that energy? Just like, hey, listen, don't say that word. And we still friends. To this day. It's like, listen, you said something offensive. You don't know. And we'll just leave it like that. If I go to Russia and the only word in Russian I know is Conrad because I hear it so much. And I say, hey, what's up, Conrad? And, he say, you do not use that word. That is a word for our people. And I don't know if that's how Russian culture works, but if he tell me not to use it, then motherfucker, I'm not going to use it. there was a situation, and I thought it was going to go real bad, but he just calmly said it. I'm in a gas station, right? This was maybe like 3-4 years ago. I'm in a gas station, and it was a white dude, and he had this red shirt on with the it was clearly like a military shirt, but like worn when you're doing civilian stuff, or like he's retired or something like that. And then, and I didn't even notice. I learned this that day. Another white dude come in, he said something to the effect of, I appreciate your service, soldier. And dude said, I'm not a soldier, I'm a Marine. And then other dude, the one that came in and called him a soldier, he said, yeah, he said, yeah, you're right. My father was such and such. His father was military. I forget which branch he said. My father was such and such. And dude said to him, he was like, then you should know better. I was like, damn, that went kind of bad, kind of quick. So now I know, because I didn't know. And probably many of y'all didn't know, because it's all the same to me. If you wear a green uniform and you carry a gun and you work for the government, then you're a soldier. That's how I looked at it. But apparently you don't call Marines soldiers. You call people in the Army soldiers. So yeah, I learned something new that day. So there are certain trigger words that people unknowingly do. You unknowingly step into a minefield from time to time. And the way that Marine, I'm not going to call him soldier, the way that Marine handled it was spot on. He wasn't in dude face. He wasn't in dude like no, move aside. Did you just call me a motherfucking soldier? He wasn't son of him. He's like, I'm a Marine. Now he did step when he was like, you should know better. Like, okay, but he wasn't like Corey. He wasn't on some, he just wasn't on some ish. He wasn't on some chest beating ish.
So I'm gonna respect that.
Thank you, brother.
It's simple as that.
I don't want no drama.
It's simple as that.
I swear I don't want no drama, man. My life is good.
Mine's is
Oh,
too.
shit.
I believe you. My life is good.
I'm
man.
with you.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't want you to come up here for that. It's just the simple misunderstandings that we as men can have. I think older black men like us need to make sure there are boundaries that simply can't be crossed when men are talking. And if you tell me a boundary,
Damn. Now, he's just beating his dead horse. He already apologized for the shit.
Anton, if you tell me a boundary, I promise you, I'm going to do my best not to cross that boundary.
I'm not.
When I'm talking to Willie D don't like when you call him nigga. And I go out my way not to call Willie D nigga because I look at him.
Yeah, but he calmly explained that to you. He didn't boss up on you because you used the nigga word freely. He didn't boss up on you. He like, listen, even amongst black men, and I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's how this happened, because that's how normal people deal with shit like that. That's how the Marine dealt with it. Like, that's just how people deal with shit like that. There was a dude named Fat Cat that was his nickname. But it was his nickname for people that knew him. And he explained that to somebody who called him that didn't know him. Like, it's the way you handled that was complete. Corey, the way you handled that shit was completely out of line. That false bravado shit that you got called on is completely, dude, that shit was just, that was a really, especially someone like me that don't really watch your shit. And like, this is kind of like my first impression. That was extremely, extremely bad. But yeah, so whomever you're talking about that don't like to be called nigga, even by black people, that's how the way he handled it is how you should have handled this, and all the examples I gave, Lennox, the Marine, Fat Cat, like that's how men handle it. Why are you explaining manhood when the way you handled shit was completely different than how every other man handles situations like that?
as a
I
man.
kick it with Willie too. For me though, I don't give a fuck about the talking. I don't have no boundaries. I don't care if a nigga say something about me. It is what niggas say shit like that all the time. Like that's the environment that we live in. I only care about my real life.
Can I ask you a question? You just said men talk disrespectfully to you in your face all the time.
No.
See, this is nothing.
You did not hear what I said. I said they do that shit all the time. You see it in the chat, you see it in the comments, all of that shit, right?
Yeah.
I don't care about that shit, right?
That's right, because that's for the internet.
Right. So when people say stuff, I don't take it personal because it's not a thing to me. It's just talk. The only thing I care about is what happened in real life. When I cut that shit off in real life, my life is great.
Right. Let me tell you something.
So my point is that I don't take nothing personal unless it get personal, unless it gets physical. That's the only thing I'm up on. Any see that person again. Yeah.
I understand.
So I don't.
This is why the chat allows them, and in fact, I encourage them to be themselves in the chat, because this is computer screen. I will say to the youngsters is
okay. Stop with your after school special public service announcement. Now you're just trying to talk with authority, dude. Testing. Can y'all hear me? Testing. Okay. The longer you talk right now, the longer you talk, the worse it's looking for you.
especially because they the ones who really don't know. I'm talking about 35 and under. When you in a man's face, you have to watch how you talk to them, because face to face.
You got in his face. Dude, you are the last person. You are the last person to talk about how one man should talk to another. I just gave several examples of better ways to handle that situation. I use myself. I use the Marine. I use Fat Cat. I use what was the other one I used? The movie reference. Lennox, who was a street dude, who was a throat slitter for real.
Is a lot different than the computer. On the computer, I got
let me ask you a question.
Motherfuckers saying all kind of shit about me on the computer.
Let me ask you a question.
But if they in my face saying that to me,
let me ask you a question.
It can go bad.
What?
I'm not acting tough.
Hold on.
I'm not acting tough.
I'm asking you a real question. Why do you get triggered if somebody says that to you? Like what is it in you that gets bothered by a switch?
Okay, so listen to me. Manhood is all we got left. You really got to understand this. Just give me a second to land on this.
I'm with you. I'm listening.
Okay.
If we don't,
I'm going to put this in the banner. Manhood is all we got left, because he's going to say some shit, and I'm about to fast forward in a bit. I think we done beat this. I think we're gonna beat this to death. But yeah, he's going to say some shit in the future. I'll just let it happen.
Have our manhood, we ain't got nothing. So when a man walk up to you and say something flirtatious to you, when a man walk up to you and say something where he's manhood and things like that, trust me, I don't care how savage it may seem. When you dealing with a man, you can set a man off if you in his that are not.
We're in his face.
I'm not talking about somebody just saying anything. I'm talking about their thing. Like I walk, of course, by me being older, the last thing I want is drama in the streets. But what I'm saying is you can't disrespect men face to face. You can do it online because it's easy to do it online.
Nope. See, that's where we disagree.
Okay, I want to hear this.
That's where we disagree because you got to keep the same energy.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna move past this. This is, we see where the tone of this is going. Hold on. I marked down a timestamp. I wrote it down. Let me 58:23. I'll just go to 58.
I'm doing a lot of explaining to you about how the line can get crossed, but you're doing a lot of telling me what I am. I think that's homosexual behavior.
I said Corey seems to be.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Hold on. So look at the screen. Look at your screen here. Manhood is all we got. And then you just accused him of homosexual behavior. Did y'all hear? You want it to be one way, don't you? You want it to be one way. You want it to be one way. So are we or are we not making implicit homosexual innuendos? Are we or are we not making implicit homosexual innuendos? What, y'all want to hear that shit again? Once again, he wants it to be one. I can't stand.
Shows, but he's not having fun right now. And Corey seems to be a feeler. I'm more of a results-driven guy. Corey seems to be the type of person that goes off of how he feels.
If you notice, I'm doing a lot of explaining to you about how the line can get crossed, but you're doing a lot of telling me what I am. I think that's homosexual behavior.
I said Corey seems to be.
Just wow. Just wow. I think that that's homosexual behavior. Just wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right.
Meaning that I'm leaving open a door to get corrected. I want him to correct me if I'm wrong, but I still want the freedom to be able to give my opinion. So you don't want me to give my
You
thoughts?
can have the freedom, brother. What I look like trying to take freedom from you?
No. I'm starting to feel some type of way, bro, because why is everything homosexual to you?
Yeah.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like,
When did the conversation turn into homosexuality again?
Okay, I'm gonna let you land. Because I don't want to talk over you.
I'm trying to understand it. Why is everything?
He did land.
I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe look, I'm not saying that you gay, but what I'm saying is
He wasn't saying that you gay.
Another man, and you say you talking to me through another man. If I'm a man, I'm gonna say, well, I'm right here.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
How in the fuck is that gay? What in the fuck does that have to do with where you stick or desire to stick your dick? It's 10 times crazy. What the fuck? Sad to say, this is my first impression and thus far my only impression. Yeah, you could say that. Well, I don't even think it's homo, but it's just off code, definitely.
You still talk about me. Homie, this is a gay conversation.
It's not.
When you talking to men who play in riddles and stuff like that, I'm telling you,
You the one that's talking in riddles. I'm talking.
never been to jail, have you?
Hell no,
What
I ain't
the- Oh shit! I forgot about this part. I'm gonna wait for somebody to type in "bless you" before I continue. Oh, damn it! Really? Thank you. Thank you. I forgot that it's going to go into this crazy realm. Have you ever been to jail? He's like, now Anton is, and trust me, once again, I am not prone to siding with Anton, but now he's thinking like, I'm thinking like, oh, this conversation is fucking nuts. Out of nowhere, dude is just randomly on some. You ever been to jail? No. Cat Williams next Friday or Friday after next. You ever did any time? Nah, thanks for asking. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, you had your shit pushed in. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Jesus fucking Christ. Have I been asked that question before? Yeah. And I'm always taken back when I have been, because there's nothing about me that would give the appearance of someone who has been. But it's worse when Corey does it. And I'm going to explain why in a moment.
I'm just saying, like, if you went to jail, they would have to start you over from scratch.
I think I missed the part that was really strange to me.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
You still talk about me. Homie, this is a gay conversation.
It's not.
When you talking to men who play in riddles and stuff like that, I'm telling you,
You the one that's talking in riddles.
you ain't never been to jail, have you?
Hell no, I ain't never been to jail.
I could tell. I could tell.
You been to jail?
Nope. Nope.
So what the fuck that mean then?
I'm just saying.
And there you have it. Have you been to jail? No. Remember I just told y'all that I've been asked that question before, maybe like 2 or 3 times in my over 40 years of living. I've been asked that question. Every time it's been by somebody who's been to jail. Every time I've been asked that, they've actually been in. And it typically is a precursor to them giving me a prison rule. Yeah, it's always that. It's always that. And well, okay, I'll give y'all a couple examples. I'll just give y'all one example, the one that sticks out to me now. I was playing dominoes with some street dudes, and I suggested that we play for money. And this is when I realized that D-boys don't really have money like that, but they hid behind the, oh, you never been in jail. Like, I ain't never been in jail. And I was only like 19 at the time. So if I had been, it probably would have been juvenile hall unless I was there just now. But I'm like, no, I never been in jail. He was like, well, we play for push-ups. I'm like, oh, okay. I kept it to myself, but to me, it sounded like that y'all some broke ass niggas. But I'm like, okay, that's, it was asked and answered, and the people who asked actually been to jail. This shit is weird. This shit is weird because now it seems like you're trying to use prison records that you don't have as a form of street credibility, which is really starting to get bizarre.
And like, if you went
Hit the like button.
to jail, they would have to start you over from scratch.
What would they do to you?
What the fuck does that mean? And he asked the right question. Like, what would that do to you? Like, I mean, because Anton is saying, okay, I'm not prison hardened, but neither are you. The difference between Anton and Corey is that Corey is pretending to be prison hardened. And Anton isn't. You gonna eat your cornbread? That's what it's like. He's like, yeah, they're gonna have to break you from scratch. My name Jingaling. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh, that got weird. That was weird shit.
The people who
You would be the tough one.
No. Just let me land with this. The people
I don't
who
think from a jail perspective, nigga. I'm not a jail.
Oh, you know who asked me that shit? You know who asked me that shit before? Ism. No, not Ism. Platinum. Platinum asked me that shit. You know how they be on that pimp player shit. And trust me, I know Platinum listening, this is not me coming at you. Or passive aggressively coming at you. This is about a conversation that we had on Ramil, saying you didn't come off like Corey because so Platinum and a lot of dudes, particularly game dudes, really don't. They come at me because I value beauty. I think that is a top attribute that a man should look for in a woman. A man should value in a woman. I believe it is her number one and initial selling point to a man. His counter argument was because he was talking on that pimp shit. He was like, yeah, but if you ever get locked up and you get out, man, all those looks and shit like that, none of that matters, to a brother that's been locked up. And I'm from the same standpoint as Anton, like, I don't think in prison terms. I don't look at a ugly bitch and say, hey, she'd look good if I was locked up, because I ain't locked up. What the fuck was that? Like, why people bring up prison shit to free people, I do not know. Or prison mentality, or implying that a free person should have a prison mentality is wild to me.
Never going to jail.
I see.
The fuck is we
You can't say what you'll never do, but I'm saying
never going to jail, bro.
Well, okay.
I don't even have that. Dog, I don't even like that type of energy.
I'm just trying to make a point. Anton. What I'm saying is, I have been around enough people who have been institutionalized around men who not finna play with you.
And there we go with the street credibility shit. I've never been to prison. And me too, I have had friends who have been inside. And they did tell me that you're not supposed to back down from a challenge, especially from somebody from a different race. And that, at least here in California, and he was in San Quentin. So I'll tell you the story he told me. And so forgive me because I never actually been in um on if I missed some details. He of course is black and he's from Northern California, which is different than being black from Southern California. According to him. Those of you who've been locked up, tell me different. I haven't. According to him, you're in a different category if you're a northerner and you're black. Maybe it's a Crip and Blood thing, who knows? But he got into it with a white dude. And he had to talk to the leaders of his tribe, so to speak. And that leader would then in turn talk to the leader of the whites. And he said that and they would schedule a fight if the other person was willing, if the white dude was willing. The white dude did not accept the challenge. He did not accept the challenge. And as a result, and I forget exactly what he said, so I'm not even going to pretend like I know. But there was consequences to the white dude for denying the challenge that he proposed. And I'll just leave the story at that. I shouldn't even tell stories that I'm muddling a detail because this was like over 20 years ago that I heard this story, and it's a third party story, so I really shouldn't even brought that up. But from what I've come to learn and understand is that backing down from direct threats is not really something you should do in prison. That's what I've come to understand. So miss me with this. I got people inside because I had friends who, who have done time, and that's one thing that I've heard about and learned from them.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't hang around niggas that been to jail, so I saw for it that way. The way you saw for it is a little bit different than the way I saw for it.
Okay.
So I choose not to hang around niggas that's been institutionalized that had to carry themselves a certain way because they made a decision that they wasn't supposed to make.
And you know, it shows that you've been around.
Okay. If I'm cool with you, I'm not going to stop being cool with you because you did time. Just like I didn't stop being cool with him. I knew him before he did time, and when he got out, I still was cool with him. Yeah. Anton is on some different shit. I'm not the type to say I do not associate with former felons. That's not me. No, I've never been to prison, nor do I ever plan to go to prison or even jail. But if I feel you're a solid dude, that wouldn't change my opinion of you. It depending on the severity of your crime. All right. Someone said something interesting. I wouldn't give Anton the time of day. He's just a grifter. Yeah, he does seem like he's a grifter. And Corey is too old for this hood shit. I agree. With the second part, I agree with both those statements. I mean, but right now he's reaching out for street credibility. I got friends on the inside. I know how to move. I got friends that did time. I know how to move. You mean to tell me that your prison or that your friends in prison is supposed to somehow... This dude, he's really just trying to let go of this L. He really is.
People that ain't seen the other side of the game, because some of the smartest men I know have they've been to college and gave that time up. And it was actually a learning process for them. But they still got to stand 10 toes down when they out here, Anton. I don't believe that you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way.
Keep in mind, I fast forwarded this. This is like 30 minutes later. Like, he's talking about this for a long time. He's really trying to repair his image. He really is just trying to repair this street image. Like, I know people that have been to prison. You don't know prison life the way I do. Dude, the longer you talk, the worse you look.
I am, and it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other, because men can go to war.
He's on an intellectual shot right now.
What am
What I'm saying, he's different. So you
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say that Anton is the brightest dude, but he definitely called this behavior out. He definitely called this behavior out. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even call it an intellectual shot, but he's really just looking for a way to say, I know something you don't know, and you need to learn this from me. And it's really information that you don't necessarily need. You just don't. And the thing that you're trying to school him on is how to talk to me, which is a way of showing authority. Like if somebody came to me like, all right, you're about to meet the Prime Minister of England. And when you do, make sure that you do not raise your hand, only speak when you speak directly to him, and, make sure that you do not use contractions when you talk to the Prime Minister. Like that's something that you do when you are of extreme authority over someone, or not even extreme authority. Like I could picture somebody say, okay, listen, when you talk to the police, make sure that your hands are in sight all the time, that you keep your hands on the steering wheel. And when he asks for your ID and you have to go to the glove box, you say, I'm about to open up the glove box right now. Like, that's something that's telling somebody how to speak to you is what you do when authority is assumed. And he's been doing that crap for like 30 minutes now. This is what you do when you go see the king. Yeah, exactly. Like you Mark Ruffalo and you or Bruce Banner, and he's like, well, he's a king. He's the king of Wakanda. Do I bow or do? And did because he understood that he outranks him. Like, he's a king and you are a radioactive mistake. So he's like, what, do I bow? So yeah, Corey is talking to him like he's the king, and he have to explain, Wakandan principles to him.
Move over here.
Over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other, because it can trigger war. That's all.
You just accused him of some gay shit.
I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing my entire life.
Holy crap.
Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it,
Maybe,
Who knows?
maybe. But I tell you what, that's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was going to happen like that fast. That's why.
Okay, here we go with the passive aggressive threats. Here we go with the passive aggressive threats. What the fuck? That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Holy shit. Here we go with the passive aggressive threats. This shit's funny.
Out here, I try to walk under the code. There's a code out here.
No, you don't. And that's why I said
You say I don't walk under the code?
No, you're hypocritical. I told you that to your face.
The whole world a hypocrite, but what are you talking about?
No, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite when it comes.
I believe you.
When it comes to specifically you moving by a code.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying.
He's saying that you just called him gay while spending 30 minutes explaining how disrespectful it is to call another man gay or implicitly gay. That's what he's saying.
Because you think that you can say what you want to say when you want to say it, and that people are supposed to respect the way that you move, but I don't think that you move the way that you're supposed to anyway.
Talking about everybody else but himself and white men. This is a fact.
I like this chat. Let me tell y'all.
What a deflection. What a deflection. He threw in white man as a way to try to rally the people behind him once again after the L, and also to deflect.
He's talking about everything but himself and white men.
No, listen. I told you I want to come back and have a full conversation about it, or we can talk about it right now. I ain't got nothing better to do.
Study this episode.
Shout out to the
shit on Caucasian males.
Shout out to the
ain't shit on himself.
I'm not gonna shit on nobody.
Yeah, you shitted on black people. You shitted on motherfuckers.
I feel like I shitted on you. To your face. To your face.
Be careful shitting on me, because I feel like you talk.
And so now he's threatening, like before he was threatening, like under the radar. Now he's just like elevating more because he needs Anton to back down as much as he backed down, even more so, in order to repair his image and ego.
Shit again.
I'm not talking shit. I'm telling you.
Careful.
I'm telling you.
You shitted on me to my face, but that shit will lead to some danger.
Will we please stop the
trust me,
the tough talk? I got.
It's way too late to talk tough. It really is.
I got security, you got security.
Homie, I ain't got security. Them my people.
Them
you gotta hire a motherfucker to be with you.
Absolutely. I'm always gonna hire somebody.
You better.
100%.
How you be talking?
Corey, stop talking tough. Stop talking.
Homie,
tough. You just said that.
I'm not talking tough. I'm talking to you straight up.
Why are you so?
You said you disrespected me in my face, and then you act like it was all good.
That I disrespected you to your face. So I'm confirming what you said. You felt disrespected. So I am telling you that I disrespected you. If that's the way you felt, is that not what you?
Okay, Anton, he's being disingenuous here. No, you are making it clear that basically you making it clear that you disrespected him to his face, not because you're agreeing with what he said, but you're doing that because you sense the microaggressions that Corey is doing, and you're countering with that, and you're reminding the audience of what just happened. I play chess too, obviously.
You said that out of your mouth, and so I apologized when you said that you felt disrespected.
No. The reason you said you
But you still
disrespected me
triggered
in
by
my
it
face
because you don't accept the apology because
you
you
still talk about everybody else except yourself and white men.
I'm telling you what I said. You felt offended by it, so I apologize. All I'm doing is rehashing a conversation that happened. Why you so easily offended? You still
talk about me? It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right. See,
I'll be around.
What do your prison friends have to say about what the fuck you just said? What do your prison friends have to say about what the fuck you just said? I shouldn't even use prison reference, but Corey went there and this shit's strange.
All I'm doing is rehashing a conversation that happened. Why you so easily offended?
You still talk about me? It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right.
You want it to be one way, don't you? You want it to be one way. This shit is funny. So let me tell you how deference work. In junior high, and really through most of my K through 12 life, I was the smallest kid in class because I started school early, so I was a year ahead of it. What do you say, behind or ahead? Whatever. I graduated when I was 17. And so I was smaller. And I remember one day in junior high, like the biggest clip, I don't even think he was, I think he might have been held back. But relative to not only myself, but like the average boy height, he was a lot taller and a lot bigger than all of us. I'm trying to think because I never had a class with him. He might have been in like a higher grade. Never had a class with him. And one day he said to another kid who wasn't really big, but he was always claiming sets. He was a street kid. And apparently they're from the same neighborhood, but he said to him, "Do that jacket keep you warm? That's a nice jacket. Do it keep you warm?" And he said, "Yeah." And then one of the girls in the class said, if that was somebody else that said, and I don't even know the person he was talking to because he's one of those kids that cut school all the time. So I don't know. I don't know him from anything. And yeah, I just don't. So I didn't really have a stake in it. But one of the girls said, if somebody else had said that, you'd be ready to fight. And I was thinking like, okay, he's one of those dudes that are selective of, he see that there's a hierarchy, and he might not even be like this, but the girls who said that, the girl who said that to him, see him like that, to where certain things is okay if it come from certain people, because that's not an offensive thing to say. Hey, that jacket keep you warm. That's not really an offensive thing to say. He didn't take offense to it, but was she suggesting that if someone else, like maybe me or something, a smaller kid said, "Hey, do that jacket keep you warm?" He's like, "What, nigga?" Like he just be in my face and shit. That's what she was suggesting. But there's a certain hierarchy that Corey thinks that he's on top of, and Anton don't really think that. Like, I could say certain shit to you, but you can't say certain shit to me. Like, you know, like I just said, you know, you talk like a bitch or some shit like that. But you can't say anything about dick sucking. You see what's going on here?
See, I'll be around bitches and they tell me about myself all the time. Be gone.
No.
That shit don't hurt no feelings. It's probably better this way.
Because I just proved my point.
Be down.
You're
So you proved the point.
You're hypocritical.
Look at her. You know what's going through her head right now? You know what's going through her head right now? Nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga, nigga, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga, nigga, nigga shit. It's just like, what the fuck is all this? And now he's up and leaving because, and I don't blame him. This shit's fucking weird. He's trying to reestablish that deference. He's trying to reestablish this, you know, that shit that was made clear in junior high. Like, you know, like, hey, nigga, you're not supposed to ask me if my jacket's warm. I can ask you that. You ain't supposed to ask me that. Like, he's trying to establish that. Like, I could say you talk like a bitch. I could say you talk like a fag, but don't tell. And I could say that you kiss white man ass, but don't say I suck dick. And then when Anton was like, or else what? Or else I'm gonna have to explain to you street code in fucking for 30 minutes. Because I talk to street dudes. I talk to dudes that's been in prison, and they know it's certain things that you don't say. You mean like calling a man a bitch? You want it to be one way. You want it to be one way. You want it to be one way. Stop saying that.
Just gone, man.
You hypocrite,
Just gone,
bro.
man.
You
Just gone.
hypocrite. I'm about to jet.
You done did this before.
He's
Get your bitch ass to.
And
Hey, homie.
all right, I'm out.
Get your bitch.
Now he's a bitch ass.
Chance to fuck on and walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch, nigga. Walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch.
You proved my point.
I got shit to do.
You're right.
Don't bring bitches up here, dog, that you ain't finna stand on.
Right.
Remember I told you that. If you got a bitch with you, explain the bitch. Don't ask her to be on the show, nigga. Can she be on the show? I don't know that bitch, nigga. Now get your whole ass the fuck on and pay for your pussy like you got to, cake ass nigga. And go get you a bodyguard, because the nigga be done slap the shit out your bitch ass. I got shit to do. I ain't.
Well, okay. I guess now it's a good time to really say that. I mean, you know, I guess now is the perfect time to say all that shit.
Ain't finna follow that nigga out the door. I am who I say I am. I stand on it.
Okay, you spent like the last 40 minutes trying to prove that. Okay.
Fuck a friend. Now who the next motherfucker?
That's what you just witnessed.
Rage bait. Let me tell you
It's
something.
a new word.
That ain't no new word.
Okay, bet. It's
Let me
old
tell you
behavior,
something.
new word.
Where I'm from, if a nigga say something about sucking dick, nigga, it's on.
I don't know where you're from, but isn't it also on if you say, you you talking gay, you talking like a bitch, and come on, let's step outside, let's do this. Like that, like all of those things is really like its own. Just saying.
He knows.
I don't know nothing about no niggas taking nothing to no nigga where niggas talk about suck dick and niggas be ready to swing.
And he knows that.
But he didn't say that dick sucking shit again.
Yeah, you really checked him. He didn't say that dick sucking. Holy shit.
Just certain words
That's
you
a
just don't
hating.
use.
In here with this bitch that he know ain't his wife and motherfucker trying to get the bitch on the show. Bitch, nigga, you ain't got it like that, nigga. Get your cake ass out of here, nigga.
Oh, so that's what y'all was saying in the chat room about him snitching for. Okay, that's okay. All right. Once again, you want it to be one way. All this man code and street code and shit like that, it only applies. Like, I used to say this shit on Bernard. Actually, I haven't talked to him a bit. I'm gonna hit him up, but I used to say this on Bernard. Street code only works for people who declare themselves for it to work for. Here's what I mean. Here's what I mean. I articulated it better on Bernard's show, but basically, when you Nino Brown, the rules don't apply to you. When you Frank Lucas, the rules don't apply to you. That whole no snitching shit, that only applies to the people under Nino Brown. It don't apply to Nino Brown. Nino Brown got caught and he snitched. Frank Lucas got caught and he snitched. Without a stitch to show for it. And this is real life. Not Nino Brown, but this is real life. What was the name of Cameron's character on Paid in Full? So you had Ace Rico. Snitched. Like, the rules only apply to, trust me, it is one way on the streets. It is one way on the streets. You want it to be one way. And Corey favored himself because he has more street credence, because he has a Kango and he has friends that's been to prison. He figured himself higher on the street hierarchy. Therefore, he could talk to, from his perspective, little niggas like this. But the little nigga can't talk back. So yes, it is a very one-way dynamic. Nino Brown. It was Kareem Akbar. He is the head of CMB. Let me tell you something. Kareem Akbar was a damn fool. I'm going to do a whole separate video on Kareem Akbar, stupid ass. Kareem Akbar is a fucking fool. Here, I'm going to put the link out there. Kareem Akbar, you are a fucking light-skinned fool. Now, as an engineer myself, as a software engineer myself, if a criminal come to me and say, I will pay you $8,000 of 1980s money a week to develop some software for me, you want to know what the fuck I'd say? Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yeah. That is about $500K a year of in the 80s. That's $500K a year in the 80s. Which is probably like $1.5 million or something. Hell yes. If a street dude came to me and said those exact words, the answer will be fuck yeah. That's not the stupid part. Taking the job is not the stupid part. The stupid part is hanging with these niggas. You're stupid. You're light-skinned stupid. You're stupid light. You're stupid. You're stupid, fucking stupid, pretty, stupid ass, dumbass, fucking nigga. I fuck your cousin, you stupid ass nigga. You're stupid. Somebody tell me like, hey, I want you to write some code to help me with this criminal organization. To which I reply like, all right, bet. And you want to know why? Because it's not illegal to write code for a criminal. It's not. Just like it's not illegal to paint a fucking, drug czar's house or to fix his toilet. Or if you are a mechanic and they say, I want you to make a special hidden compartment so I can store drugs in and take it across state borders, that shit's still not illegal. It's not illegal to do your job and they take the work that you did to do illegal shit. It is not. It is not. It is not illegal to make accounting software for a drug dealer. It fucking isn't. So yes, I would do that shit. 500K a year in 1980s money? Fuck yes, I would do that shit in a heartbeat. But the moment you tell me like, oh no, you got to come to the meetings. You got to come and watch me play basketball while I tell G Money, check G Money. Like, why in the fuck am I here? Everybody else got guns and I'm sitting here with a fucking diploma. Like, why in the fuck am I here? Why in the fuck was you there? Why in the fuck was you at the wedding? Why in the fuck was you at the fucking New Year's Eve party? CMB on in the fuck you niggas. Give me my money. I give you your software, and that's it. Why in the fuck are you in the trap house promoting crackheads? Why in the fuck are you? He not paying you for all that extra shit. That's where you're stupid. All that so your finger is on the trigger. And why are you going to like drug deals with him? You are a fucking programmer. You're a fucking engineer. Why are you going to the last drug meeting when he was like, I knew I seen his ass. He a cop. Why was you fucking there? Imbecile. Why the fuck were that's a whole nother video. That is a whole nother video. And now you got snitched on. And what you gonna do? What, you gonna shank him in prison? Like, what the fuck you gonna do? You stupid. You got to treat it like working for Batman. You get paid, deliver the service, never call him. He contacts you when he needs you. Yeah, exactly. If I'm a contractor and somebody says, hey, I want you to make me a bat cave, like, oh, okay, you're going to pay me that good Bruce Wayne money? Like, all right, You know, I'll make you a bat cave, and you want me to sign an NDA? All right, that's what's up. Like, oh, you want me to kick it with you while you go out and do some weird ass rich nigga shit? Fuck that. Fuck that. We ain't friends. You fucking my cousin and smacking her up in front of me. Like, what the fuck? Like, hey, I want you to come to this wedding. Like, why? I don't know these people. I want you to come to this basketball. Why? I want you to come to this drug deal just in case you recognize him as a cop. If I'm Kareem and I see Scotty kneeling down and I recognize him, I'm like, oh shit, this nigga a cop. Let me just sneak out. Let me just sneak out the back. Like, oh shit, it's about to go down. It's cops and shit here. See, like, I would have took the job, and when shit hit the fan, it's like, listen, I made accounting software. I don't know what product they were accounting for. These are businessmen. I made business software. These are people who wanted, you know, secure doors and, you know, and codes and shit, because they got Blockbuster Video fucking dope fiends and shit, you know. So they wanted that. I delivered. I didn't ask any questions, and I didn't do anything illegal. I didn't promote Pookie or none of that shit. I didn't kick it with him, and I didn't get my hand stabbed. My cousin's boyfriend asked me to do him a favor, and I did it. That's where it begins and ends. You're stupid. You stood by Nino to the very last day.
Like, I'm finna be upset. This is what I wanted to talk about today, mainly. We have a situation in America going on where there are a lot of men that don't want to reveal themselves, but they have bitterness because they know you're not the type of guy they are on the backdooria side of the game.
What the
Let
fuck?
me one more time. There's a lot in this world that don't want to reveal themselves. They're men who expose, they find other ways to talk about you, and they will never reveal who they are. I want to start a campaign to teach men how to be good sissies.
What the fuck?
I talked to a couple of people I know today. A good sissy is a man who knows how he gets down, and he knows how you get down, and he won't never cross them lines. I could be around a man who indulges in other men's behavior, and he know I don't get down like that. So if he don't ever impose it on me or find ways to talk crazy to me that's not straight on, see, the straight on way, he don't like you because you don't agree with the backdooria behavior.
Okay, this now this is devolving. I put the link out there if anybody want to come up. This is devolving really bad, so I'll let that alone. You know, this reminds me of something though, and I'm hoping I can find the right link, because when I seen this, I was like, street niggas be on some fucking weird shit, you know, like, and it's funny that I remember when they was trying to recruit me into that lifestyle. I was maybe like 11, 12. And trust me, I would not be the only person that age that that would have been in that lifestyle. In fact, I would be that was kind of like the norm. And And he tried to sell it to me. The sales pitch was, man, you can get paid and you don't even have to do nothing. I was like, oh, for real? Sign me up. And then he's like, all right, you win. He's like, all right, so go outside. And I was like, we said I didn't have to do nothing. Now you tell me I got to go outside and stand on the corner. You told me I didn't have to do shit. Like, hey, if the deal is I don't have to do anything but watch some fucking cartoons, then that's the fuck I'm gonna do. So it was a weird dynamic. I know what I am. I know I'm a fucking nerd. I know I'm not a D-boy. Fuck. Why in the fuck would you even ask me? Everybody in the fucking neighborhood knew what I was. So it's like, why are you gonna like even ask the neighborhood nerd to do some shit like that? Shit was weird. And then like later I realized that it was it's a whole social hierarchy that the teenagers want to climb, which is really the appeal. It's not the money past a certain age. The appeal is to be a part of a social hierarchy. It's kind of like a pyramid scheme, and they needed people under them to, anyway. I thought that was funny. But being the big man on the block and taking that mentality into the real world has its effects. And in addition to that, not being the big man on the block, but having dreams and desires of being the big man on the block also has damaging effects. And that's what we're seeing here. That's what we've seen play out here on the Corey Holcomb show. Like, this was the automatic, you are beneath me mentality. Because the social hierarchy reads, street dudes, affiliated street dudes, and then non-street dudes. That's the social hierarchy that they abide by. But in real life, regular people don't abide by that. That's why Marlo was fucking with the security guard, the black security guard, and not the Asian store owners, because they don't play them games. Now, hold on. Mac 10. So there's a real life example of how this played. Here we go. I hope this has like the whole thing that I remember hearing years ago. Okay, so let me show you exactly how this plays out in real life. Now,
we always hear that you and Q don't have much of a relationship, but is there any sort of like world in which you guys get together, maybe do another West Side Connection, have a conversation?
Like I said earlier, I fuck with who fuck with me. You dig? That's where I'm at with it. If you fuck with me, I fuck with you. But if it's fuck me, it's fuck you. Like, I fuck with who fuck with me, Kel. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't seen him or talked to him in damn near 20 years. So there it is.
That's so crazy. What about Dub C? Same thing?
Fuck with who fuck with me, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, man, it's just, y'all got classics together, bro.
I totally understand.
Classics.
I totally get it. But, I'm just the kind of guy that, I rock with who rock with me.
I respect that, man.
Yeah.
I think most people should live by that law.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
What's your relationship?
Okay. So this isn't the right interview. He goes into details of what happened between Mac 10 and Ice Cube that I want to share with you. Let's see. Here we go. Well, somebody says you ain't fuck each other. No, don't do that. But I will say this. The expression "I fucks with who fucks with me" is really a short way of saying that that person is not fucking with me. But if they were, I would fuck with him. That, it just sounds better that way. But basically, Ice Cube's not fucking with you, and but you would like for him to fuck with you because he's damn near a billionaire and you're not. So, but I think this one tells like why it happened, like what caused the strife between the two. And it goes into this mentality that a lot of hood dudes possess, that is really to their detriment, especially when it can't be backed. So let's.
Well, that's second album came out on Who Bangin' Records.
Yeah.
So you had your own record label.
Yeah.
And
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened.
well, then at one point, a riff started with West Side Connection.
Yeah.
You and Ice Cube.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of hazy stories around this, but it seems to focus around Ice Cube's brother-in-law.
Mhm.
Can you talk about that?
I mean, what you want to know?
Well, what happened?
It was just, I mean, it was just an unfortunate situation, as far as, what came out of all that, you know what I'm saying? But the stories you heard, probably, most of them probably was, what did you hear?
The story I heard was that Ice Cube's brother-in-law got beat up.
What else did you hear? Did you hear that that before all this happened, that like it ain't like that just happened?
Well, never just happened.
Yeah.
But there was friction.
Yeah, it was conflict. Yeah, but I went to Cuba about 4 or 5 times before the conflict jumped off.
Okay.
And told him to correct the situation. So that's the part that everybody leave out, I think.
Right.
I didn't. Nobody didn't intend on starting nothing or nothing even like escalating to that level. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go to somebody 5 times.
Okay. He's telling the story different every time he's interviewed and asked a question. Or maybe I heard it different, but I don't think that this is the interview that I remember hearing either. But yeah, it did involve like a fight with his brother-in-law.
Before it escalate, then you was trying to be diplomatic about the situation.
Right. I mean, the problem is that you're talking about Ice Cube's wife's brother.
I understand.
So now Ice Cube gets put in a weird situation where.
Well, it depends on how weird you want to be. Because if it was my wife's brother, I would have told him he can't fuck my money up.
Right.
And he can't be out of line with nobody I'm getting down with. And if you got that big of a problem with him, stay at home. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on.
Wait. Okay, maybe this was the interview. Stay at home. Are you saying that the brother-in-law should stay at home, or you're saying Ice Cube should stay at home? I'm curious. Because really, it seems like you should stay at home. Who should stay at home in this situation? Okay, this is
how you handle it.
Yeah.
My wife brother wouldn't have stopped shit for me.
Right.
With them.
You're not stopping. Press 1 in the chat room if you feel that Mac 10 stopped Ice Cube's money. Press 2 in the chat room if you never think about Mac 10 unless you first think about Ice Cube. Serious question. There's certain rappers out there, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and put DOC in this category, but I don't know what his career would have been had he not have gotten injured. But there are certain people who are fortunate to be a part of something else and someone else. And Ice Cube took you way further than your talent ever could have or would have or even should have. Let's be clear. No one knows you outside of him. No one knows you outside of Cube. Stop saying that you interrupted Cube's money. Cube was not making money off of you. He was getting money for you. He was giving you an opportunity. You're not in any of his movies, but he's in yours. He was helping the homie out, point blank, period. That is the length and breadth of your career. And which ended with Cube. His shit's still going. His shit is still going, like Straight Outta Compton and stuff like that. He just did a sci-fi movie and stuff. What in the fuck have you done? Let's not pretend like y'all making money. It's like y'all partners in this shit. So I remember and I wouldn't even watched it if I didn't go to college with some dudes that are from LA, because it wasn't a real movie. There's a movie out called Thicker Than Water, and it was starring him and Fat Joe. And basically it's just a typical hood movie, you know, on some blood shit and making money on the streets and blah 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 blah. Just a real Tubi style movie. And Ice Cube decided to grace that movie. He graced that movie with his presence in like one scene. And this is after Friday and all that shit. Stop pretending, dude. I swear the facade of adulthood niggas, it just really, you think no one else sees through it. Everyone sees through it.
But so it just depends on how you handle things. And so I personally never, me and Cube didn't have no fight or no nothing like that. We had an argument.
Yeah, so I'm surprised somebody else seen that movie. I swear I seen that movie like a VHS bootleg from somebody who probably got it off a street nigga in LA. I'm surprised if anybody outside of Cali actually seen that fucking movie. But what was I about this? Shit. Let me go back.
And so I personally never, me and Cube didn't have no fight or no nothing like that. We had an argument.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So now he's trying to belittle what happened with Cube because he still want back in. And of course you want back in. The same way that, 5 years ago, Jazzy Jeff still wanted to be down with Will Smith. Of course, it is in your best interest to be down with Cube. It is not really in his interest or concern at all to be down with you. That's why you wasn't in anything. You wasn't even like a horny nigga in the background of Players Club. You was in nothing. Cube vision. You are not a part of Cube's vision. he was helping the homie out, and you hold on. Let me finish this so I can say what I really feel about this.
But okay, I thought that was it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
How was Dub C during?
Wasn't involved.
So he wasn't trying to broker, this thing from escalating anymore, or considering how close he was to both of you?
I think it came to so much of a head that, at one time that, it was, I mean, I don't know, what was said when I wasn't around or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But as far as I knew, Dub, then he didn't have nothing to do with none of that.
Okay, so here's the thing about that. I'm going to make certain assertions and assumptions, and I'm going to work under the assertion/assumption that Ice Cube's brother-in-law is a square dude. Was, and will be forever a square dude, which is okay. I'm squared as well. And for whatever reason, he wasn't paying deference to the street. He wasn't checking in. He wasn't talking to him like he wants to be talked to. He wasn't, like if dude said something like suck my dick, dude say something back like suck my dick too. And then it eventually came to blows and then he's under the Mac 10's under the impression that Cube should side with him under those circumstances. I mean, there isn't a reason that I can think of that you should not be reasonably cordial and get along with your friend's wife's brother. Like that's really someone that you can easily avoid. Like I have friends who are married. I sparsely know their brother. So it's someone that you can easily avoid, and it's also someone that that the interactions that you do have, the limited interactions that you do have with them, should be so light that it should never come down to that ever. The fact that it did really, and once again, I'm making a lot of assumptions, but this is based on your personality. It really leads me to believe that you're on this hood hierarchy that homie wasn't on. That you're on this, I'm better than you. I could talk to you this way, and you're supposed to eat that shit. And don't you ever talk to me that way. Like, nigga, don't you ever ask me if this jacket is warm. Like, I could see that happening with a nigga like you, whose life success is really based on this street image and this hood image. Ice Cube kind of moved away from that. Well, he definitely moved away from that. And you haven't, I mean, you doing this interview flamed up and shit. Like, so yeah. What's going on, Azrael?
Nothing much. I didn't even realize I was Mac 10 for a while.
Yeah, nobody knows him. Like, I mean,
no, it took me a while. He lost a bit of weight. He looked different.
He did lose weight, to his credit. But he wasn't like, he was DJ Yella.
I heard the issue with him was between allegedly was between Ice Cube's wife, because they said Ice Cube's wife was like controlling and whatnot, and something about the brother-in-law. The brother-in-law had an issue. So basically, Ice Cube's brother-in-law, something, there was an issue between the brother-in-law, his wife, and Mac 10 or something. Mac 10. Yeah, so to make turn the microphone. Yeah, but I heard there was an issue with that. That's why they kind of had a falling out. And he said, it was almost like on some kind of Yoko Ono type of thing where Ice Cube's wife was just controlling everything. Allegedly, that's what they say. She was just making too many decisions for Ice Cube. That's how they felt. That's the rumor that I heard. But I mean, I don't know how accurate that is. But
Well, okay, if she is, it's working. Let's start there. If she is, it's working because once again, damn near a billionaire, if not a billionaire. So yeah, but even still, so I can't imagine a situation. She was Ice Cube's sister. Okay, all right, come up if you have something to say about
no,
that.
he knows it right. I'm kind of piecing it together. It's been a minute since like
Well,
I
he
can't.
just said that it was Q's brother-in-law. Mac 10 just said it was Q's brother-in-law. So listen,
See, yeah, that's the thing. I
if
just
you
came
have
back
beef
in.
with Ice Cube's wife, then you're going to have beef with her brother, who's going to defend his sister. And for him to think that him and Cube should be cool after some shit like that is retarded. Like, this is his brother by law. You are a loose business association. You're not Chris Tucker.
Valid point.
You're not Kevin Hart. You're not with Mike Epps.
Valid point. Very valid point.
But no, I mean,
it does make sense.
Yeah, I'm just saying that a lot of dudes who identify, because that's really all you have to do. You don't really have to actually be about the life anymore. You just have to identify as. I identify as a street nigga, and therefore you should treat me with deference. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. And part of the teaching is, well, I have people that have been in prison, so this is how you talk to me.
But GameChanger, me and you are kind of in the same realm. Like, we grew up in the hood. We weren't of the hood. So you can only, for people like us that grew up in the hood, you can only go so far with that without people like us are gonna roll our eyes, like, been there, done that, because we grew up in the hood, right? And
yeah,
for somebody to do that, I'd be like, yo, just shut up. Like, because it's like that was
Anton was doing. He's like, hey, shut up with the tough guy routine.
Yeah, but
am I
here's
right? Or am I tripping?
In theory, you're right, but with Anton, it's the wrong messenger. Right message, wrong messenger. Because I was talking to they were talking about it on Fantastic Stream. Like, he's mentioned before, he's said, "Oh, I have shooters." You know what I mean? Anton's like, "Oh, I got shooters. Like,
oh, really?
Yes. So Anton wants to dibble and dabble in the streets, and then Anton also wants to be a Christian. Anton he doesn't understand it's okay to not be a street nigga. Like, you can actually just be a loving husband and dutiful father. Like, you don't have to, like, it doesn't make you a more better of a man than the next dude because you out here you're trying to appeal to the street aspect of the black community. And I noticed that. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff, man. Like, he said he's always talking about he got hoes and stuff like that, and he's like, I got hoes that could set up people and stuff. Like, he says a lot of crazy stuff, man. That's why I don't like this dude, bro. Like, he's just a fake ass Christian to me, right? He'll say, he'll always bring up. Look how many times he'll bring up Christianity in a conversation, in any conversation you hear him in. But then at the same time, when they ask him about this lady that got shot, he's like, F her. It's like, what about that is Christ-like?
Good point. And these were areas of opportunity. Like I was pointing out, these are areas of opportunity, for Anton Daniels.
Yeah. It's like,
they are.
Yeah, we know what I've been listening to
excuse me, for Corey Holcomb. Those were areas of opportunity that he just let pass.
But Corey, here's the thing. Corey does not. I mean, this let me show you how Corey operates. In his show, Darlene and Craig will bring up topics, and if he knows 50% on the topic, that's a lot. He just talks to talk. Like, if that makes it, like he won't know any. Like, if we talk about the Venezuela, brings it up, right? He might know like maybe 3 points about the topic, and that's about it. He's not somebody that does his research on any topic that's brought up. He just talks. He's like a comedian without the information. They just talk of what they know, right? And then they just go in. That's why it worked so well when Zoe Williams was on the show, because Zoe had to, and that's why after Zoe left, I didn't watch it as much. Williams? Oh damn, yeah, that's
I'm not pretending. I don't know who the fuck these people.
No, I know that's people know in the chat. Like they were on for a while. Do you ever heard about the Ari Spears? No, you probably don't know about the Ari Spears situation. Zoe Williams used to be on the show. He's also a comedian too, and actually, if you type it in, he has a ton of Vlad TV interviews. Zoe Williams used to be. Let me tell you something. 5150 show used to be on from like I was 19, 18. I'm almost 32 now. Like they've been around. That was from the 5150 show. They've been on even further than that. Like I'm talking about when I was in high school with the RMC radio, and it used to be him, Jeff. It used to be Zoe Williams, Corey, and Jeff Brown. You familiar with Jeff Brown, right?
Okay.
Oh
no, you're just naming people, but go ahead, because then you're gonna name somebody else and tell him.
Yeah, he's gonna be. So that's how I remember. I remember Cheyenne Bryant before Cheyenne Bryant blew up. She was just a regular degular chick.
Okay.
She was a regular, and the funny thing is, and Kevin Murray knows, they used to be on a show called The Foxhole, and The Foxhole was a show that was sponsored by Jamie Foxx. That's how they all got like cool with each other, because they used to be on the radio together. And then when that split up, then they joined RMC, and they used to have like topics. It used to be all three of them, and they were all cool. Jeff is still cool, I believe, with Zoe, and more than likely with Corey. I've never heard no falling out with them, but Corey and Zoe don't work out well together no more, because what happened is Ari Spears got into it with Zoe Williams, and that's when they had a fight on the show. Like they were both kind of like, well, Ari Spears was kind of drunk, and he touched him, like just tapped him, and then Zoe just went off on him. And then what happened is Ari Spears sued.
Okay.
And then Corey had to pay. At the time, Zoe didn't have the money for it, so Corey had to pay for the court fees and whatnot. And then there was this whole thing that tension grew because basically Zoe owed him money, and it was a whole thing. Like there was a lot of passive aggressive behavior and throwing shade at each other, right? And they basically fell off because he brought it up one more like a time, and Zoe felt like he was insulted, like, oh, you bringing up on the show that I owe you money as a man, you trying to like emasculate me. And they had a big falling out. So
okay.
Yeah, but they've been on almost 20 years. Like they how they've been on long as Tommy Sotomayor. They actually interviewed Tommy. Came on a few of their shows a couple times, and Tommy and them had a falling out.
Well, Tommy has a falling out with
everybody. Yeah, but I mean, like it was funny. Tommy, even Tariq, they all had a show one time together. Like it was a big live stream, and Jason Black was on it too, which is funny. People know.
Why do you feel that there's so many falling out between Black YouTubers? Because I fell out with a lot.
Egos, man. Egos. And not everybody has the ego. Like, I don't think necessarily, like, I don't think necessarily I mean, everybody does have an ego, but I don't think like some people's are more intolerable than others.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think with black men, it's very hard to work. We have a lot of black men got diva complexes. I might have one, I don't know, but I just think the power of this YouTube makes dudes act like I've seen. I don't know what it is. They start to become some Lord of the Flies type stuff. People just feel like they have some godlike complex, and they feel like they can't be told what to do. They could talk to people all types of way, and personalities crash.
Mm-hmm.
I just think you have to have a strong will and a strong sense of yourself, not to let this YouTube and the YouTube money control yourself, get control of you. And some Kevin Murray says right, it's Highland syndrome. Actually, fantastic that said that. It's Highland syndrome.
No,
Like
it started with Edward Anderson, but
oh,
yeah.
okay, I didn't know. Okay, apologies, I didn't know that. Sorry, Ed. But yeah, it really is that. You know, shit. I mean, I know you and Obsidian got issues, and I think that's what I would say Obsidian was wrong with what he did. You know, I still listen to Obsidian, commonly, right? But that was a thing. People have God complexes. Some people could say the same thing with Kevin. Tommy's a big one that has that as well. Anton definitely has that because he tries to portray as though he's this Christian man and he's just righteous, but he's nothing more than a condescending, foul-mouthed asshole. Right? There's nothing. What about him that he displays is Christ-like? He brought over one of his, which is basically, I know he's cheating on it. I don't want to say it's hinting at people are saying he's stepping out on his wife. Because I don't know if you know who Mika is. Like that's why if you overheard him talk, he was when you heard Corey talk, he's like, "Oh, don't be bringing over a woman that's not your wife." Because I think he tried to play it off to be like, "Oh, this is somebody that I'm mentoring," but that ain't woman that you mentoring, bro. Like, if a man, what would you think about if okay, I'm in New York, and I'm married, but then you see me fly out this girl that's like, let's say I'm 40, right? And you see me fly out this girl that's like in her 20s, and me and her come and meet you to kick it at your studio. You'd be like, whoa, why is she here? Where's your wife? Why is she here with you? And she's not in no regular stuff. She's in some tight dress.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I would have thoughts on that. Thoughts I would keep to myself.
Right.
Even if I feel that he's a hypocrite, I'm not going to interfere with his marriage in any way, shape, or form. I do think that Corey was out of line for that as well.
But you know why he wasn't? Because Anton wants to portray. That's what I'm saying. Anton wants to.
No, I understand that he's a hypocrite. But I would prove that he is a hypocrite in other ways, not that one. Yeah, no. I don't believe in ousting niggas like that. And no. You see, and well, let me say something because you mentioned Obsidian. So just so you know, I'm not.
Well, I know the whole story.
Huh?
I know the story.
No, but so know this. I'm not going to put the mantle of Highlander syndrome, the diagnosis rather of Highlander syndrome, on Obsidian. And the reason for that is because Obsidian, he did put a lot of people on. He does, help out a lot. And he has been in situations where, he helped people become successful, and he didn't try to take that person down for that. So I'm not going to put that particular mantle on him, though there's a lot that I will and can put on him.
Agreed.
So yeah, the thing, and he believes in unity as opposed to in strength in numbers, as opposed to there can be only one. That's why he has meetups and stuff like that. Now that being said, let me finish, Ezra.
Okay, my fault.
Yeah, no worries. That being said, Obsidian has made it clear that he would say and do anything if he felt that it would make him successful. in this space, meaning that when he started saying some ill shit, like, you know, like women should run the manosphere, gay people should run the manosphere, and stuff like that, that was him attempting to reach out and branch into different audiences, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Even to the point of absurdity. He went through a phase of absurdity. I tried to bring him back, and then, you know, he did some unmanly shit. Now I was like, okay, fuck it. You know, this nigga's, you know, he don't have a sense of code, and he doesn't really believe in the cause behind this. So I really didn't want to have anything to do with him. I left that part private. He made that public. Lion, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
Nothing much, and pretty good.
Good. Yeah, I see everyone's talking about this thing. Yeah, I see it. I just came in, but I was hearing what Azrael was saying. No, I agree. I do not condone how Corey went about as far as who he showed up with. It wasn't his wife. That was not his place to bring that. That was not his place to bring that up. That was not the time for that. Even if it is in the wrong, that's irrelevant, because to Corey's point, to what Corey had just got done saying that you don't know my relationship between me and Darlene, to be trying to check to say she's just a yes woman and says yes and doesn't challenge me. That's the same point that you can bring to Anton. Anton can bring up that same point to whoever that was that he brought with him. You don't know the relationship between him and that woman to bring that up, to even say something like that. So it's the same thing. So I don't condone how he went about that. Yes, Anton said some slick shit. Anton should have got clocked in the face, and there probably will come a day when Anton's gonna say that stuff he was saying. Like, when you say something to a man saying you ain't gonna do shit, that's another way of calling him pussy. And one of these days, he's going to run into he's going to say that to the wrong man, and it might go the other way.
I think at a certain point, he did make it clear that Corey isn't going to do shit.
I mean, he proved the point by Corey not doing nothing.
Yeah. So it's not like what he said. He knew it was safe to say that at that point. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. And I agree.
Yeah. It reminds me.
But that's the point I'm making.
There's going to come a day.
There's going to come a day.
Go for it.
Where Anton's going to say that to another man, and it's not going to go that way.
Agreed. Because not everybody got there's some niggas out in the world that don't have nothing to lose.
You can't come out here and say that to other grown, because there's going to be a certain grown men. No, because when you say that, you're pretty much calling them pussy when you say that.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you're going to do certain things, expect the repercussions. And I think that that the day that you described coming for Anton, I think that yesterday it actually came for Corey. You can only get into so many men's faces before they say, "Okay, let's step outside." Then,
true,
and true. That's exactly what happened. You know,
true.
But yeah,
because that was my thing. That was my and that is a check against Corey, because that's the one thing I would say against Corey. I'm like, you're sitting here arguing with him, talking about street shit and street code and what not to say. Well, this was your opportunity to teach him the lesson, and you didn't teach it. To your point, DC, and you're absolutely right about that. It was you were supposed to teach him the lesson. So clearly, you're not the guy who's going to teach him the lesson. So now that leaves it to the next man, whoever that may be.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. But no, you're absolutely right about that.
No, I mean,
that's my check again. That's my check against Corey. My thing about Anton's like, this was just one man that you felt comfortable to say that to, and nothing happened. You can't go around talking tough to every single man every time like things get a little tense and get a little heated, because there's going to come a time it's going to go that way. If you keep coming on people's stages and coming up in people's spaces and on their platform and talking that tough shit, there's gonna come a day that that day wasn't yesterday, it wasn't at the time at that live, but hey, just watch that.
You know, this is lesser known, but also very interesting, and it played out the same way. And once again, I can't stand when people do this, um, where Tommy threatened, Fatty,
I didn't see that. Is
and he
that the
called him a
latest the
little
fallout
nigga.
that
He
they
said he
had?
was like 5'8" or something like that.
They had a
And
fallout
turns out,
recently, right?
yeah, they had a fallout recently. But
I didn't
some of the
see
details,
that. I heard about it though.
yeah, no worries. But no, some of the details was that, Tommy came at him like, you only 5'8", and
Yeah,
Fatty said,
yeah.
and this is something that's very poignant. He said, I know you're not about that life because you let Tariq Nasheed slap you.
Oh.
And
well,
and it's pretty difficult to become a tough guy after something like that happens. It really is.
Tariq
Chris
never
Rock
slapped
never
him.
well right quick. Chris Rock never, before or after pretended to be a tough guy. So, he didn't have anything to gain from an altercation with Will Smith because, he didn't lose his reputation as such. Tommy, however, you shouldn't really bark when you that dude that got slapped like that. And furthermore, Tommy said Tariq Nasheed is 6'2", you like 5'8". Now, because of Fatty's frame, I assume that he was shorter than he was, so I'm not gonna say I'm above that. But but apparently he's a taller dude. So and then but the just the way Tommy came off, like, if you're taller than me, you could smack me. If you're shorter than me, I could smack you. Like, what the fuck kind of thinking is that?
I don't get that kind of thinking, and that's the thing I can't stand, because as a guy who is over 6 feet, you don't just go around talking tough to men just because you're taller than them. That's not
right.
Most fighters and some of the greatest fighters in the world are not 6 feet.
Right.
Tyson's 5'10".
Like 5'9". Look at Bud Crawford.
Like 5'9".
Bud Crawford's like what?
Okay.
Like the only one, I think one of the tallest fighters, one of the greatest fighters in the world is Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
I think Muhammad Ali was over 6 feet.
And Foreman, yeah.
And George Foreman. Yeah. Like you can't keep talking tough just because you got height. That's just not the way to go. It's not the way to go about it.
It's very weird. And it just seemed like this is a year where where tough talkers just get called out. It's like, oh man. I remember the first time something like that happened. It's I think it was Fresh and Fit that Albert and Preach called out on that shit.
Yeah.
You know how you de-escalate situations like this? And I'm not a proponent of violence. Just learn how to box, and put it out there, tidbits, sprinkle it in there, like, oh, I box in my spare time and stuff like that. I'm not saying just do it for like show. I'm talking about actually learn how to do it and put it out there that you do, and you'll find that people avoid any kind of escalation with you. I'm never the type of person. I don't.
Well, Myron did that. Myron did that, and yeah, it didn't really help in that particular situation.
No, probably won't.
But what I'm saying is, don't bark unless you're willing to bite. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. I agree.
And that's the lesson to Corey.
If you're gonna take it there, then be prepared to take it there.
Yeah,
because that's my thing. And you're right, because that thing about Corey, I'm like, all right, Corey, you getting up and telling her to move. Like, when you get up and you tell a woman to move, you already coming off like you about to do something. So you might as well just done it.
You know what though? I'm not cold in Corey's bucket, but at this stage of the game, I think he do got a lot to lose. But he just wanted him to know, like, hey, bro, you still can't disrespect me like that. Like, don't think just because I won't fight you, like, that you can just talk to me any type of way. And I get it, though. because sometimes.
But this is one of those times where you was gonna have to teach the lesson because there's some dudes that they ain't gonna get it until you.
I know, but he probably thought in the back of his mind, like, damn, I got too much stuff going on right now. Because he has like events like every other like couple weeks, like. You know what I mean?
Nobody got mad though. This was one of
no,
those
but knowing Anton, the type of person, he will try to file a lawsuit, bro.
Then that be some and let him. I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying, but this is just some lessons that you just gonna have to find out because at the end of the day, everybody would have known like, well, Anton, you was talking some tough shit. You were not you did not do anything to do. It's not like you did or said anything to de-escalate the situation. You were talking tough, so then you found, and then you pretty much fucked around and find out. If it went there, nobody would have been mad. It would have been like, well, and we just would have been like, well, to Corey's point, you were talking tough. You were.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If it was me, I'd have probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't have as much to lose as Corey. I would have probably just ate the charge.
Yeah.
I don't play that telling SMD stuff. That's a no. Like we haven't said that. People like, oh, I hear people say it all the time in New York, like, no, not to no grown men, like, no.
Nah, you don't.
I don't even say that to a homeless dude.
Like, I don't think you don't necessarily have to be from New York to not stand for that shit. But I'm saying, like, dog.
I don't know, and I'm not trying to be. Yeah, I'm not trying to be regional, but it's like. I know people have died over stuff like that. Like,
it's definitely gone down in New York. As a fellow New York native, I agree.
That's the no.
Like, nah, there have been some bodies stacked off of words, off of saying shit like that. Hell, there's been bodies stacked just from what Anton said. Like, you ain't gonna do shit. Like, it for some men, it went there. A man said that, and the only response, the other dude said, "Oh, word," and then it just went there. For you saying you ain't gonna do shit, like he's pretty much calling you pussy. He is,
and we don't know too. I think he was. I don't know if it was an off-duty police or ex-police and stuff like that. I think Corey assessed the situation like, nah, this guy, whoever it is, they don't know how connected Anton is and stuff like that. Me, I would have been like, I would have just slapped him off of, as we say, GP, general principle.
I would not have blamed him for eating the charge in this sense. I wouldn't have blamed him.
Or I would have provoked him by putting my hand in his face and see what he do. As soon as he moved my hand, as soon as he touched my hand, I'd be like, oh, it was a reflex. I just slapped him.
But they were already there, though. They were already there. When you sit down, y'all sitting there chair to chair in each other's face, like clearly, like just go ahead. You already got up. You already got up and told her to move. Like, all right.
You know what it is? Anton is a habitual line stepper too.
I'm just against the bark. I'm just against the barking and testing boundaries. When there was this YouTuber, and I used to follow him. There was a YouTuber I used to follow. His name is Wes Watson. I think he's in jail now again. Big prison white dude who talked about working out and motivation and stuff like that. And
dude at the gym.
Yeah. But here's the thing. He snuck him and they jumped him. And he used a weapon. Now, when I first seen that, I was like, all right, somebody come in your space threatening you, and he's a bigger dude, and size aside, you have every right to, by any means that you feel is necessary, to defend yourself. I didn't have a problem with it, even with his use of the N-word, because people say stuff in passionate moments. But then I later found out that he just put it out there. He was like, anybody that want it, come see me. I was like, oh shit. It's different when you invite it. I mean, you basically just gave like a ticket, like anybody that want to fade, come get it. And somebody came. Like, what the fuck? And you snuck them. That's when I lost respect for him. It's like, stop putting shit out there, because
agreed. Agreed. Like, and that's the thing I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying about Corey. I'm like, you got up like you was about to run the fade. I'm like, go ahead.
I agree.
I agree. You got up. Cause ain't no way you getting up and sitting back down. Like, no, man gets up like he already. If a man already shot up, it's like, well, we ain't sitting down. We are officially not sitting down. Sitting down ain't no sitting down and talking after that.
Mystery, what's on your mind? Mystery, you there? You're muted if you talking. Okay, so he's not gonna say anything, but he says, that's what most hood dudes do when they lose a fight. It's why I never wanted to fight them in the first place. What are you talking about? What most hood dudes do? Let's see.
Oh, he's mentioned when they box.
Oh, you talking about West Watson? Something about that, like jumping people or doing whatever. I can see that, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why I don't bother either. I'm like, hey,
yeah, if you win, they take it to jumping. That's true. That is true, and I've seen that.
That's true. I agree with that. Yeah, I can't stand that shit either. That's bitch made too.
I'm at a point. If I'm walking on the block, I don't even like. I avoid eye contact with people. And not to say I look down, I just look as though I'm like there's no one. I act as though there's no one else on the block with me, especially in New York. Everybody's mean mugging each other, and people are looking to see if you look in their direction to mean mug at you. So I just I have tunnel vision, have my headphones on, and I just keep straight walking. I try to avoid as much eye contact possible. If I'm on a train, I sit the furthest away from everybody as much as I can. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, if I'm around a lot of black people, I don't go into my way at sitting in the very close to other black people like that, because I don't, especially in New York, a lot of people are unhinged and they just need one thing to set them off and they'll just act crazy. Just to be to prove that they about that quote unquote life. You never know what people might do,
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say, the reputation is all that they have. So when you take that away or you challenge that, then they go into nothing to lose mode. But it's like, fuck it. GameChanger love getting finessed by them San Quentin peeps. If you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean.
The other thing
what does that mean? Huh?
Oh no, nothing. There was somebody put a thing. It was one bots were coming in.
Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, so this is just somebody who's spamming with weird shit. Okay, so let me take care of that.
Another one.
All right. If you want to troll, then come on up and we say whatever, but I don't have time to go with that. All right, so Mystery, are you there? Because I seen you went off mute a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm here. Great show, by the way. I heard most of what you were saying. You were on point. Has anybody drawn the parallel to this? And when Stephen A. Corey Holcomb's encounter with Stephen A.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat room. I don't watch Corey Holcomb. I'll give that disclaimer. So if you have something to say on that, go ahead. But
all right, so Corey Holcomb for the longest time had the same argument about Stephen A. Smith, how he only talks bad about the black athletes and pointing out their downfalls and all this other stuff, yada yada yada. And then out of nowhere, live, like him and Stephen A. were in the same vicinity of each other. And Stephen A. walks up to him, and Corey Holcomb had nothing to say at that point. He was just very humbled and quiet, and even his audience kind of checked him a little bit on it, in like a joking manner. It's kind of the same thing, I think. I mean, I'm speculating. I'm just go ahead and say that, but Corey Holcomb has reached a point where he can't just do whatever, right? Because he purports himself as a comedian that's for the streets, for the people of the streets and everything. But he's now getting into situations that, he's had run-ins that had real situations. Like one one of his regulars that was on the show was a guy named Zoe Williams. And Zoe Williams assaulted Aries Spears on his show. And so there were legal ramifications for such actions, for that happening and everything. And I believe that was a quite a learning lesson for Corey, that he can't do the street activity in these visible spaces, like, all out in front of everybody where it's recorded, and the YouTube where, it happened and he scrubbed it. He scrubbed the episode, at least that part that happened. But people still are recording your stuff. You don't know who's recording, and once it's on the internet, it's in there forever, and it gets spread out. So I think that's what happened, because now you're seeing Corey having this weird cool down when he gets into these public altercations. Same thing happened. He had Tommy Somerville on his show as well, and they had a falling out, and it was a lot of chest beating. I'm from Chicago, nigga. A lot of that going on, and then eventually Corey waved the white flag, like Tommy just kept going in on it, just kept using the content game to go at him, and then eventually Corey's like, man, I don't want no beef anymore, bro. I'm done, that kind of thing. He has a weird cool down with these situations. So I think now he's at a point now where, like he said, where I'm from and all that. Yeah, that's where you from, but now you in this new era. Like where you from is in Chicago. That's how you do things in Chicago, privately in Chicago. Now you're in California, and you're in the public, so you can't handle, as much. You want to chest beat that you're from Chicago. You can't handle things the Chicago way out in the open market. And I think he realized that mid-show, and that's where all that cool that, because the way it looked, just going off what was in frame, Anton's like, we can cut the cameras off and go out back, right? Which is something that's a definite street move there. You're not doing it for clout or anything. You make it to where it's not recorded, and we can just handle this, out back somewhere, like on some old street shit. But Corey didn't accept the invitation, so that lets you know, he has a limit.
Well, okay, maybe and maybe not, because from what you're telling me now, and you brought something that I didn't really think of in the equation. Hey, y'all take care of those trolls, those spam trolls in the thing for me. I can't ban it all the time myself, so appreciate that. But what it tells me is that he was in a financially and socially vulnerable situation. Like, he couldn't deal with another scandal at this point. So maybe that, would account for some of his behavior. But once again, don't flare up would be the lesson here. That's really, that changes things a little bit, but not much. Just don't flare up if you find yourself in that situation. I was in a scandalous situation some years back, and I wasn't flaring up on people. I was very meek during that time, and people did take advantage until the shit died down and I started hitting back. But which to me, that was bitch shit on their part. They see somebody vulnerable, so they decide to talk tough. But Speaking of which, situations, we had a homie Aunt T here. Aunt T, once again, I appreciate the way you was handling that weird situation.
Bro, that was so long ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
But no, I mean,
stuff like that.
Remember that? No, I ain't comment on it or discuss it or mention it or none of that, because that wasn't
shit like that.
That was between two people, and neither one of them were me. Yeah. So that was pretty much what I was telling everybody else. I'm like, that shit was between two people, and none of them are y'all. So
I mean,
why everybody got all these opinions?
Yeah, I agree. But what's your opinion now?
But you know how things are on the internet, bro. Everybody thinks because they hear something, it makes them part of it. It's like people don't understand that a lot of this shit is supposed to be a spectator sport, just like with what you're talking. I'm gonna segue into the topic, just like what you're talking about with the Anton Corey thing. And hey, shout out to everybody reporting the news. You know what I'm saying? They fed the space for the day. I did something on it. I'm gonna do a part 2. You doing something on it. I'm glad you're doing it. I am gonna disagree. I agree with what you were saying just a moment ago. Yeah, Corey's in a vulnerable position, but also don't flare up. But this is how things go. We see people that just got out of jail, just got out of prison in vulnerable situations, and they flare up anyway. That's what it is. So, in my opinion, Anton took the L. Anton took the L every which way. Do I agree with the way Corey handled it? Absolutely not. But just damn the streets. Growing up as a kid, like even as a kid, we know what the signs are when somebody's about to provoke you. Like when somebody wants to provoke you into a fight, and Corey had all the signs. Okay, you can say the Schmeat sucking comment, all of that. That was blatant disrespect. Nah, you had already said something similar by saying he was kissing, you know what I'm saying, white men on the backside.
Yeah,
all of that. But
I pointed that out.
Yeah. Now I'm like, hey, is that right? Of course not. And Anton was right. Yeah, it is hypocritical. But that's what somebody does when they want to get like they want to fight you. Their plan is to fight you or punk you. Yeah.
Hold on. But he didn't want to fight him. Now, let's be clear. According to this new,
keep in mind, I didn't finish though. No, GC. I said that's what somebody does when they want to fight you or punk you.
Okay.
Yeah, fight you or punk. Because I would agree with you right there. If you say neither one of them really wanted to fight, I think that was obvious. That was obvious. But you know what I'm saying? He did try to gaslight him into saying some internet dude stuff right back to him. So he could just, at the end of the day, I saw a grown man walk up on another grown man and literally like cast a shadow over him. Literally cast it.
I seen that too. Yeah.
Like I'm like, yo, you casted a shadow over this man. That is unacceptable. You just invaded another man's space. So from Anton's perspective, I'm like, the only thing you could do right there is talk. Even if you're not trying to fight neither, the first thing you're supposed to do is you're supposed to create some damn distance. First thing. That's just reflexes. So what come on, you don't let anybody invade your space. So right there, old boy punked you. Told you to repeat what it was you just said, which you had no problem doubling down on it. And I'm talking about Anton, that is, he had no problem doubling down on it. When it was a woman between the two of them, as soon as he said, hey, let's switch seats. Now all of a sudden you don't want to say that again. So I mean, this is what somebody does when they punk you. Is it fair? No. Is it extremely hypocritical? Yes. Is it what people do when they have no respect for you? They treat you with blatant disrespect and they do something to you that they wouldn't even tolerate if you did to them? Absolutely. Like, come on, let's keep it real. We grew up, we was kids. Kids do stuff like that to each other. That's what you do when you wanna either fight somebody or punk somebody.
But my
Corey
thing
did
is,
that.
To your point of what you're saying about yes, Anton didn't say it again. No, he didn't. And yes, we can highlight that. But he also said you ain't gonna do shit, which is another way of calling you pussy. So that is another sign of provoke. No, he didn't say that, but he also says something else. And my only thing to Corey is I understand why you didn't teach him the lesson. But that just would have just been you just should have had to. You just would have just had been the one to teach him the lesson. That doesn't give him the right to say shit like that either.
Well, okay. I see what both of you are saying, and with the new information that Mystery brought up, I will say that Anton was if he knew that Corey was vulnerable because he didn't want no more smoke, then yeah, Anton was on that bitch shit too. Is what it is. Like, I mean, but then again, he like you said, he cast a shadow.
Yeah, GC, I can understand like what y'all are coming from because
like
okay, after the shadow,
I mean that's where it is.
After they put up the overlay and everything was supposed to be cool, like everything was supposed to be cool and calm down. Now all of a sudden Anton started tough talking because it's obvious Corey ain't trying to get into something.
Yeah, and he also did
It's,
that too.
it's, no, that's why it's like what GC said.
Wait a minute. To Anton's defense, and trust me, I'm not a fan of Anton's. With that shit he said about Password Bros, but to Anton's defense, he was changing the subject. Anton was, dude was talking about what was it? White Christianity and shit like that. Anton was on a whole different subject. Corey spent about 20 minutes backpedaling, and then like at the end of that 20 minutes, Corey just called him a straight fag. Like you talking like a homo.
Yeah, he did say that, and that's true too.
Blatant gaslighting, blatant disrespect, and then when you heard Corey pretty much pretends to blow a gasket when Anton does it back, that's what you do just when you have no respect for a dude. That's like telling somebody straight up, I'm calling you a pussy. What are you gonna do about it? So I disrespected you, but if you disrespect me, I'm gonna walk up on you and you ain't gonna do nothing.
How is this Anton's L? Like if Anton was taking advantage of a vulnerable situation, I'd say yes, he shares the L. But Anton did diffuse the situation. He was very calm, before he started microaggressing with the fag shit. Can you admit to that, Auntie?
Okay, all right. I'm gonna say it like this. From the perspective of an internet dude, no, that's not an L. From the perspective of just a dude on the internet, yeah, he took an L. Because as a man, you ain't about to just walk up on me and cast no damn shadow. No. And even if I'm not in the mood to fight you, maybe you bigger, maybe I'm just not in the mood to fight, I got too much to lose. I ain't even mad at Anton. You 40 plus, you got kids, you got a platform, you ain't trying to do that. Bro, the first thing you do is create distance. He did none of that. As a man, you took an L.
What do you mean? He how did he come out back?
Nah.
Yeah. Not only that, Anton, how you lose by standing your ground?
No, he didn't stand his ground. That's my point.
Because he didn't move. He didn't move. He didn't. He stood. Let me just say this. He sat there. Anton didn't move. Anton didn't move positions, and he even gave him an invitation to sell it off camera. Corey lost as soon as he got up and tried to be threatening because they were just having a discussion. And when Anton somewhat threw back the same energy that Corey got offended and got triggered. That's what happened.
Agreed. That's how I see it.
No, I'm gonna tell you what that is. That's BS right there. And I'm talking about not from you, from Anton. That whole care to step outside. We all know in real life, real man stuff, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, ain't gonna be no. By the time it takes y'all to get outside, somebody's about to stop the whole damn thing. Okay, you wasn't trying to. There is no stepping outside. It's either gonna pop off right here, right now, or it's not. A grown man has invaded your damn space.
Maybe
okay? You talking nah, damn that. Okay.
By your own man.
Hold up. I'll give you that. That it could be on somewhere between here and outside.
Bro.
Something is going to happen. That's definitely the truth. However, Corey knows that too, and he wasn't even willing to risk that. And see, you showed this picture here. Anton stood up and Corey remained seated.
That's unacceptable, bro. That's unacceptable, bro. I got reflexes, dog. Like, come on, as a man, you got reflexes. Ain't nobody coming up in my face like that. Because number one, I've likely already created distance because it takes a moment, 2-3 seconds, whatever, to get over there. You know what I'm saying? There was a chick between y'all a moment ago. So if I'm not trying to fight you, I'm actually about to leave right there. I understand I'm behind enemy lines, like I'm in your studio. You know what I'm saying? In your establishment, I didn't come here to fight. I came here for a debate. All of that, I understand it got heated, but you're taking it too far. I'm either going to move away. But by the time you got that close, I got to snuff you. I'm sorry. Like, I got to snuff you.
I hear you saying, but you got to keep it. You got to keep in mind, it's already recorded. The cameras was on.
No, I'm already. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro.
Fellas,
I'm either creating distance or I gotta defend myself.
Hold up. Let's make it clear that Corey took the greater L.
No, he didn't.
Now, hold on. Let me explain it like this, because and the main reason why I can't allow this to happen as a man, and I only know because I done did this. Look, the best time to hit somebody, bro, is number one when they don't expect it. Number two when they sitting down, and if you can get like a 2-for-1 when they don't expect it and they sitting down, oh, bro, they gonna fall. You already in a vulnerable spot. You can't allow a man to walk up on you when you are in that type of vulnerable spot. That's man stuff. Damn the internet rebuttals. I can't allow that.
Anton stood up twice. Once when he called him outside. So Corey was in a more vulnerable position because Corey is like half seated in the picture that you show there. So but Anton stood all the way up while Corey was still seated, and he stood all the way up when Corey when he was leaving.
Yeah, but that's after the fact. After things are kind of dying down a little bit. They done put the overlay up. You know what I'm saying? Corey's obviously still a little heated and all of that, still kind of talking about it. And they was kind of like sneak, you know what I'm saying, sneak going back and forth at each other. You know, Anton's throwing the slick gaslighting comments, and at the same time, Corey's bringing up the stuff about Anton's side piece or other chick with him and all of that. Like, they were speaking through subliminals.
Which is also
Corey was speaking through subliminals. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Can I say this?
I didn't want 1 second. I'm gonna give it right to you. Give me 10 seconds. I will agree with you, GC, right there. Yes, that was foul, but that's something you do to a man you have no respect for, bro.
Corey, in addition to Corey being off code, which is off code, his whole behavior through this whole thing is off code, and we all know what the code is. You say that's what you do when you have no respect, and I agree. Yeah. His disrespect is off code. In addition to that, he wasn't backing it. So greater L goes to Corey. Who said otherwise? Not Auntie. Somebody said no, it don't. Who was that?
I said otherwise, but yeah.
Go explain yourself.
No, I just said otherwise because he walked up on him.
I know you said it, Auntie, but I thought I heard somebody else say it.
My bad.
I thought I heard somebody else say it.
I'm in agreement. I know I'm in agreement with you, GC. Corey did take the bigger L.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
Because you got up.
Who's that? Azrael?
Lion.
All right, explain yourself.
I'm saying I agree. I'm saying Corey took the bigger L because I'm saying Corey took the bigger L because he got up. When you get, first of all, because to what Auntie is saying, like, you supposed to create space. I'm like, yeah, because when a man gets up, it's already go time.
Yeah.
So if you get up and you don't do nothing, then yeah, like, okay, because you gonna stand up. First of all, you stand up, you grab Darlene by the arm, you lightly touch to move her out the way. So that's showing like, okay, it's go time, and you don't do nothing. I understand what you're saying. You're right, but when you stand up and you do that, okay, obviously it's going there.
Well, the fact that
exactly.
I'll explain this real quick. The fact that Anton's still talking, like he's still talking, but one thing he will not say is what Corey told him not to say no more.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. Double down.
He didn't have to.
Say
he didn't have to.
He
didn't have to.
No. Can I say this? Can I say?
He didn't have to say it again. He didn't have to say it again. Corey got up.
No, why you doubling down on it when there was a
brother. Let me hear what Ezra have to say. I want to hear this.
I agree with Auntie, and someone made a great point about this. The dumper said Anton lacks what's called social awareness. He does a lot of edgelord meme type of stuff, and he doesn't realize until later, like, okay, I have to calibrate myself and realize, oh, I did go further than what I'm supposed to. He thinks, I don't want to bring race into this, but like, he thinks it's supposed to be like, oh, F you, dude, suck your mother, like, you know, stuff like that. Like, he thinks it's some kind of like rage, but he thinks this is a Call of Duty lobby, right? He goes off of that because that's what his audience is. So when Corey had to like readjust him to say like, bro, that's disrespectful. Don't say that shit again to me. And he got into his face. It's like, yo, I'm letting you know right now. Do not say it again. I think if he would have said it again and getting up in his grill like that, he would have popped off on him, and Anton assessed the situation and was like, oh, I guess this is wrong for me to do. Right? And someone made a great point. No, hold on. A YouTuber mentioned this before. Anton is like, he said he has autistic social abilities. Oh, he's socially autistic. Like he doesn't understand certain social cues in the Black community, that there's certain things that you don't say. And it doesn't take him until a while to understand, like, oh, like, yeah, I can't. That's why he'll say stuff like, oh, I got hoes all over here, this, then the third. And people look at him sideways like, dude, you're a married man. Like, why are you trying to act like you're a single dude? He doesn't understand certain concepts until like it has to be later explained to him. Then he'll just come back and be like, oh, I get it. Like he'll try to play it off like, oh, I knew that.
But that's the thing, Azriel. That's
all
the
right.
thing.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this right quick. Giving out wrenches to help with this situation. There's bots here,
bad, bro.
like roaches. Yeah, it's so. If you want
subs
it,
only it,
chat,
yeah.
bro.
You might want to put a filter or something on your chat too, if you can.
Well, how do you do that?
From when you go into the, you know what I'm saying, just like either into your studio when you go to edit the video, you know, customization, put it on like subs only mode, give it some time or whatever. You know, you give it, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, at least make control sub. Oh shit. Okay. Oof. Yeah. I mean, you can give it a certain amount of
like
time.
71,000 people watching. Like they're doing something weird. These niggas is doing something weird.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, it's crazy.
You can't do nothing about the viewers, bro. Yeah, they're doing something weird.
You know what it is? The person probably flooded it with bot viewers.
They did the same thing to Austin, bro.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I see that shit on Austin's all the time. Like,
yeah.
No, but it's crazy because I think they flooded it with bots.
Yeah.
It's like if somebody
Azriel, you got a wrench, right?
Yeah, I'm doing it as we speak right now.
Appreciate it.
Cause yeah, I mean, with the exception of subs only mode or moderators only mode, I don't know really what else you can do.
No, I'm
monitoring
the
chat too.
I keep timing out people for like 24 hours. I keep doing it.
No, I would just block them.
No, if they're no, that's for somebody that got slick shit to say. If they're a bot and they're not a real person, you ban their ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would block them.
Who's John Henry?
John Henry's a real person.
All right, got you. Handing out wrenches, people.
Yeah, but that's what
All
I'm
right.
saying.
What was you saying? Go for it, Azriel.
No, that he's. I kind of made my point. I don't want to like belabor the point, but Anton is socially what he calls socially autistic. He doesn't understand certain concepts, particularly when it comes to the Black community, until like you have to kind of explain it to him. That's why he kind of assessed the situation. And he came back and apologized. He was like, "You know what? My bad. That you were offended that way, right?"
He didn't mean that shit.
Nah, he didn't.
Body language.
Nah, he didn't because then he pretty much like threw it in his face.
Look
like,
at him.
Yeah. He didn't look at him the whole time, and that
he
was
did not
something
even
that
look at him. He didn't mean
No,
that.
I agree. I agree, but he understood like, okay, this might go where I don't want it to go. That's why he didn't say. No, this is why he didn't. This is why he didn't say it again. I'm telling you.
Hey, Azra, I would agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Once Anton realized that Corey didn't want none of that physical smoke, then it was like, okay, I'm going. Like I said, bro, I don't know if I can use the N-word, GC.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, that's the difference between niggas on the internet and internet niggas. I'm just saying, bro. So I get it. Internet code, if you a troll, whatever, just like the brother said, hey, you got him to get up, you got him out of his body, whatever. Yeah, I guess you won. But in real life, dude, be done rearrange your face, man. Like, you can't just let people walk up on you, bro. Like, you can't allow that.
I mean, all you're saying about Anton is that he didn't stick him quick enough. Okay,
I'm
I'll
not
give
gonna
you
say
that. But
I won't even go that far. I won't even go that far because it's obvious Anton's not a fighter like that. He probably hasn't been in a fight since he was in middle school, so it's an uncomfortable situation. You're behind enemy lines. You didn't come here for that. You know, I get that, but at minimum, you got to create some distance, bro. He's coming towards you. You back up, and now you got to dare him to invade your space. And right there, I'm not gonna lie. As a man, I realized that I gotta just leave. Like, you know what? I'm out of here right now. As soon as that man moving furniture, moving that chick out the way, coming up in my face, you disrespect me, I'm bounce. I'm out. Boom, right there. Cause look at it. He ended up leaving any damn way. That's usually what the hell is gonna happen. You're gonna end up leaving anyway. So I walked off right there. If I'm not gonna
what you're missing?
Okay, me and we're gonna keep talking. I'm just gonna leave now. I would have respected that.
No, I mean, also,
I'm not gonna lie.
Monday morning quarterback shit.
I'm not saying he had to hit him.
And I bring it up to
on some Monday morning
and I bring it up to say that
there
he's
are some things that he could have did. And look at it like this. Look at it like this. Hold on, because somebody mentioned something about how homie's a comedian, about how Corey's a comedian. I didn't know that, but nevertheless, you do get, and I know this as a funny dude, you do get a lot of rope in shit that you could get away with saying. As a funny dude, never been a professional comedian. I did stand up on open mic, but I never got paid to tell jokes. That being said, you don't cast shadows over people like you're gonna do some shit. Like that's something, because then you out of line. Like if Chris Rock had did that to Will, then he would be in the wrong after he got slapped.
Yes.
So
and that's all I'm saying. I agree 100%. Don't get up.
License
don't get up.
License you to say, to talk reckless. It don't license you to yoke up on people.
Yeah, you're gonna go up and run up on them. That's the thing. I'm like, that's the thing to Corey's point, because Anton, you're pointing out the action about him creating space. I'm like, well, the thing about Corey is like, well, if you're gonna get up, you might as well just go ahead and crush them since you already got up. Why didn't you?
I would agree. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I won't disagree with you on that. That's why I agreed with the point that I don't think either one of those dudes was really trying to fight like that. But at the end of the day, I mean, the disrespect was just there. I think Anton fell for the actual bait because I think Corey was trying to bait him the whole time, and it just saying something that gives him an excuse to just walk up on him and pretty much police his words and all of that other stuff. Yeah. Like, you about to, what you just said to me, I won't say it again. I'm up in your face.
I don't think it was a major strategy.
I don't think it was a major strategy, but I think it was a strategy. I mean, that was the goal. It was probably an emotional thing or whatever. I think Corey sized Anton up when he walked in the room. Yeah, I think when he walked in the room, he's like, "Oh, you a 5'4" pudgy nigga. All right, you ain't now punk this nigga." Like straight up, like I just think that's just what it was.
Well, he called you outside and you didn't go.
Yeah, but grown, we don't do that. We don't do that, and that's BS. That happens in the movies, bro.
Step outside.
No,
who does that? We're either gonna get it up right here and right now, or we're not.
But my problem, but that's the thing, though. You supposed to go find out because you already set the tone when you got out of the chair, Corey. You already set that tone when you got out the chair.
Hey, say something again.
So why does it matter?
Okay, I got you. You want me to type something, right?
You already set the tone. You already set that tone when you got out that chair and you told her to move. You already took it there. To like the GC's point, and that's where I agree. I'm like, you already took it there. You might as well. Might as well.
I would. I personally, I'm not walking up on. Like, I would have just hit him over the chair if it was really that big of a deal. Like, I obviously don't care about catching another case if I'm gonna walk up on you. I'm not gonna disagree with that right there. But from Anton's perspective, I don't give a damn because I don't know if somebody's thinking about their case or not. But you ain't gonna cast no damn shadow over me while I'm sitting down. I done hit too many people in a vulnerable spot while they're sitting down, or when they don't expect for me to take that punch. I'm not doing it.
I get that. I get that, and that's fair.
Okay, put it like this: he didn't sit down. He didn't. Okay, he didn't tolerate the disrespect indefinitely. Like once he dropped the mic, he's like, okay, let's have it. You know, he may have given like a little bit more wiggle room than you did, but he did pull the card. Can you get that to him? And I know Azrael don't like him. I don't like that nigga either.
I don't like him neither.
I did.
And people telling me that I'm biased, but bro, I tried to keep it objective.
I'm saying Azrael's biased.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel. I don't know how you feel about Anton. I'm saying I know how Azrael feel about him. I'm saying
I don't really like.
I
look.
I don't know what's up with you on that.
I mean, I respect what Anton's created on social media and his platform. I don't like the way that he moves, the passive aggressive stuff. He likes to do stuff like you saw right there, and then play dumb. Well, I ain't even do nothing.
I don't feel no type of way. I honestly don't feel no type of way about him, but I'm just calling it objectively and calling it how I see it because I don't watch Corey Holcomb that often either. I just see that, but I do see like when other people like take snippets of him and he's saying something, and so I hear that, but I do not watch his show on the regular. So I'm just calling it both sides. I understand what people are saying about Anton, but this needs to be said about Corey too. Don't get up out of that chair if you're not ready to do nothing. Don't get about that chair.
Exactly.
Because you're sitting there, you talking about street, you trying to emphasize the Anton about street shit. Well, anyone who's in the streets knows you getting out that seat, you fuck it. The gloves is off. You already got out the seat.
I mean, hey, I would agree.
And then on top of it, it's supposed to be a discussion. So by you getting out of your seat and getting that angry, you're showing you can't handle yourself. You can't handle a discussion that they were having. You can't handle you can't even handle the words that were being exchanged.
Not to be
but for real. But when you say that, I think you're judging it from the perspective of an internet nigga, not a nigga on the internet.
True. I mean,
I'm judging just plain.
It was supposed to be a discussion, and what about the talking points? And no, there's a grown man casting a shadow over you, and he has cut an arm's length like in half. Like he shouldn't even been able to get that close to you, bro.
And you're right.
And on top of that, what the hell type of bodyguard you got allows that?
And you're right, Auntie. You're 100% right. You're 100% right about that. To that same nigga that cast a shadow, why didn't you do shit? You didn't do shit though.
And I'll explain why I believe he didn't do anything. Because the thing was, hey, just like you were just doubling down on the schmeat sucking thing. You know, just like what you just said, you was like, look, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. When that chick was between you, kept saying, yes, you are. Yes, you are. But then when I'm in your face and told you to say it again, you didn't.
True. But you also said,
but you have to understand, as a black man.
And that's true too. But Anton also said you ain't gonna do shit either. He also said that. He also, and he said that more than once too, with his whole chest. While you're in his face casting a shadow, you're in his face casting a shadow, and the other man is saying you ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah,
so,
you could say.
You have to understand. You have to understand that Anton showed him mercy by not saying it again because his videotape that it would have been video evidence of Corey Holcomb assaulting Anton Daniel.
No.
At the end of the day, I'm like, y'all be assuming that now, granted, it looked like Corey did care about that, like as you watch further, but right there in the moment, like you casting a shadow over me, I'm assuming you don't give a damn about jail. You don't care about fines and being sued. I don't know. You can end up breaking my jaw.
If you was going that far, you just assaulted.
I'm not trying to take an assault just so I can sue you. I'm about to defend myself.
And that's fine.
No, I'm saying if you didn't care, a guy who doesn't care is just gonna go run up to you and swing. He's not gonna sit there and say it again. No, you trying to provoke me to do something.
That's what I'm saying.
You just go. You just
really don't care. Why are you getting up out your chair?
I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I mean, look, I get it. If this is a YouTube panel, but I mean, this is supposed to be Red Pill Spaces, and we're supposed to be talking to men as men, and this is live action in real life, and men don't move like that in real life. The nigga would have got hit right over that damn chair
that's
in
what we're
real
saying.
life, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, but you got out your chair. So if you got out that chair, which means you already ready to go there.
Exactly.
You already got out your seat. You got out your seat.
I'm not gonna lie. I would have hit him. I ain't gonna lie,
You
bro.
close-
And even
that's
like
what I'm
when
saying.
if I were Corey, and I'm not even saying Corey was right, but if I'd have really felt like Corey said he felt right there, even after they'd have dropped the overlay and everything was supposed to be cool and everything else, and then Corey brought it back to that same subject again because it looked like it was kind of getting to him, I would have hit him when y'all said Anton wouldn't look him in the eye. I would have hit him right there. I'm like,
He
bro.
should have said no. My
As
thing is,
Anton, would you have hit him as Anton or
already
as
up
Corey?
when you got out the chair.
No, I would have hit Anton
There
if I
would
was
have been no
Corey,
cooling
feeling like
down.
Corey was feeling. Now, don't get me wrong. One thing I wouldn't even let it get to that. I'm not gonna go up in a dude's face for real. But if I'm that pissed off right there, I'm about to hit you when you don't expect it. Like that. That just is what it is. So, I mean, I can agree with y'all to that extent. It's like, bro, you went too far to not do nothing.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna say that that's an L, I wouldn't have done. Like I'm gonna be real. I never would, like when Corey sits down, like that picture I just showed. I'll show it again. Right there, like you go to sit down. Hell no, bro. I'd have leaned into one on somebody if I'm gonna come that close.
But
Like
that's what-
once
but
you're in
that's
my
all I'm
arm's
saying.
reach, that means I gotta reach out and touch you. Like that is what it is.
That's all I'm saying. You already set the tone when you got out the
But
seat.
at the same time, I'm not gonna let somebody come in my arm's reach. That's why I said Anton's the one that gives Corey the opportunity to do all that to him.
Anton didn't have the problem. Anton was standing his ground, and he had the cooler head. So I'm pretty sure he knew.
So if y'all are gonna
that
say Anton
if he
called
was
the
the
bluff,
first,
if y'all are gonna say Anton called the bluff, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
he didn't
But at
call
the same
bluff.
time, at the same time,
The
in
bluff,
real life, hey, more
Corey
than
called
half
the
the
bluff.
time, no, more than half the time in real life, when this type of situation occurs, your opponent ain't bluffing. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you're right, but
He was bluffing.
and that's true. But when a man says you ain't going, when a man says you
was
ain't
bluffing,
going to
though.
do shit, that's calling.
Yeah, he
that
was
is calling
bluffing.
a
I'm
bluff.
just saying, in real life, most situations, dog, once it gets
They
to the
don't go
point
that way.
where it's
It was
like
real
this
life.
and all that space is closed and furniture
That
got
was
moved,
real life, though.
bro. I'm like, in most cases, but I'm not taking the chance. Like I'm not there ain't no calling a bluff. That's
No,
it.
I get what you did.
I'm about to
I
fold
get
the
that's what
raise.
you and I
would
That's
do.
it. There's no calling.
Okay,
get what
okay.
you would do.
All right, so if
but
you would
we're
have done
calling
it, so if you
down
would have
about
done
what
it,
they did and what didn't.
if you was Corey, so what you're saying is if you was Corey, you would have followed all the way through. As soon as you got up out the chair, you would have had it in your mind to start throwing hands when you got arms reach, right?
Yeah,
That what you're
once he
saying?
stands
Saying
over
if he
me,
was
bro,
Anton, he
I'm
would.
gonna hit him as hard as I can right in the stomach, bro. And then
All right, then. So why don't you? So why are you not understanding that Corey did less than what you have done? Corey showed less integrity about your standards.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree. The only reason why I'm giving it to Corey is because he said, "Hey, say what you just said multiple times again." And Anton,
How can you say that though? You just said that if you was Corey and you decided to get up out your seat, you would have followed all the way through the throw hands against Anton's jaw.
yeah,
Right?
I'd have
That's what
dove
you
him
would have
so
done.
much. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He
I'd have
didn't
dove.
do that.
I wouldn't even have
He
had to
didn't.
get that close to him.
And by your standards,
If I'm gonna get
you
up
said
and move,
you're so thorough that you would have followed through all the way through.
it's
Corey
not that I'm
didn't
that
do that.
thorough. Hold on. Let me explain. It's not that I'm that thorough. It's that if I get
I'm
that
talking about
close
to
to a
you.
man, no, if I get that close to another man and I initiate that, you know what I'm saying, that closure of space, I'm expecting to get hit. So I have to throw the first one.
Exactly. But
I have to.
so you have to throw the first one. He didn't do
Yeah, I
that
have
by your standards. That's by your standard. That
That's why
you just laid
I
out.
wouldn't do that. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do that unless I was going to follow through.
Got
Exactly,
you.
and he didn't.
That's true. And that's true. But now to be fair, because I'm not 100% taking Anton's side on this.
But I'm
'cause
just like Anton's in the vulnerable spot, bro. You can't let somebody walk up on you while you sit down,
True.
dog.
But when a man says you ain't, but when a man is comfortable enough, when you already in the man's face and you already comfortable saying you ain't gonna do shit, you're still provoking him.
Yeah,
that is provoke. That is a provoke. Everyone around here knows we do not.
and
even have to be from
I'll
the
tell
same
you another
state.
one. I'll tell you
Everyone knows
another one too.
that's
All right,
another
so
that's another way
Anton,
of
I mean, I
provoking.
haven't heard any response from Corey after the stream last night. Corey did talk cash shit after Anton left. But I do know that Anton was talking hella cash shit the next day, today, after apologizing to Corey like four times, three, 4, 5 times or so afterwards. So I'm like, I don't think that even if you handling things from a perspective of professionalism, nah, bro, you be professional about it. And hey, nah, man, whatever happened, that was last night. Neither one of us was really trying to fight. Things got a little heated. You know what I'm saying? Me and Corey will handle that. Just be a professional about it. But to come to your channel and talk hella cash shit, like again, you're handling this like an internet nigga.
No, that's fair.
You know?
My thing about that is that was Troy's cue to teach him the lesson, and you didn't. You were supposed to, because clearly, if he's still talking cash shit, clearly it ain't getting through to him. Clearly, you're not getting through to him. So, therefore, Corey, you're supposed to teach him the lesson. It's not getting through. You already warned him, right? We all heard you warn him. It's not getting through. Now what?
I mean, it did get through because he
No,
really.
it didn't.
No,
Because he's
Corey's
still
only
talking cash
command.
shit.
Hey,
No, it
Corey's
didn't.
only command was say that again, and Anton ain't do it. That's it.
But he also said
He shouldn't have to say it again.
But my thing,
I'm just saying. I mean, I would like to say, hey, I would have liked to see what happened because y'all are saying Corey ain't do nothing. Do you really think Corey would have not done anything had Anton just repeated what he just said?
Now that I won't say. I won't say he would.
That's
not,
all I'm
not
saying.
Done nothing.
That's really all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what y'all are saying.
Point, but I need you to acknowledge the point I'm making. When a man, but when
I'm acknowledging it, and I'm not even disagreeing.
But when a man says you ain't gonna do shit, you're pretty much calling him pussy. You're pretty much.
I won't disagree with that. But
he may not be saying
you talking about a YouTuber and a damn comedian.
He may not be saying what you want him to say, but he is still disrespectful because at the end of the day, the thing that provoked you, that got you mad in the first place, was disrespectful. So fuck the specifics. So what he's not saying specifically what triggered you. He's still disrespecting you by saying you ain't gonna do shit. It's still disrespect. He's still disrespecting you at the end of the day.
And I say Anton showed mercy by not saying it again because if Corey would have swung on him after that, if Corey would have swung on him for saying it again, Corey would be committing assault by law, and he'll be subject to litigation.
Yeah, but people don't care about that.
But
Anton does. Anton did. Anton did.
But to be fair, no, that would be some bitch shit on Anton's part because you provoked him.
Well, not necessarily. To be honest, because Anton always has a case right there. Because Corey he's the aggressor the whole time. So Anton would always have a case there. You know what I'm saying? Because look, y'all were invited for a debate on a podcast. It can get heated or whatever, but as soon as you move somebody out the way and you start coming towards somebody, even if Anton throws the first blow or just like I said, just snuffs him right there, you know what I'm saying? Corey still would have been assault. That still would have been considered assault. He can defend himself right there when somebody invades your space like that.
Yeah,
in like all states. So I mean, but I'm just saying,
Anton would have been wrong for defending himself.
No, he wouldn't have been.
No, he wouldn't.
So,
he wouldn't have been wrong.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have been wrong.
Exactly.
No, he wouldn't have been.
Exactly. So he Anton de-escalate the situation by not saying it.
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no.
I mean, he didn't say it because the next.
I'm just saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, what men raised you, bro? Not you. I'm talking about Anton. Like, what men raised you to the point where you just let somebody walk up on you? First thing you do is create distance, bro. Straight up. because I get it. Somebody can be heated. Look, let's keep it real. We grown ass men. We done and we got some mouths on us, bro. That's why we on YouTube now. And we've all said something where somebody might have took that shit the wrong way, and then they start crying. They're a little fucking heated and everything else. And hey, you either got to fight or something's got to be done to diffuse the situation. It can happen. So even that situation Anton was in, most of us have been in something similar before. Come on.
In that situation, you only have three options, right? Because it's a high stress situation. You have fight, freeze, or flight, right?
Exactly.
You have three options. You have fight, flight, or freeze.
I don't think freezing is an option. But go ahead.
I mean, freeze is just. I mean, people freeze in different ways. You know, you could like seize up or whatever, or you can just sit there and stand your ground, whatever, see what happens, and duke it out, whatever. So
I think this picture right here is
flight is not the only. I just want to point out that flight was not the only option there, and Anton took the freeze and just stayed in the ground. So because if he was backed up, it would have been a plethora of people saying he funked out. Like he ran it because he scared.
No, he went. No, he wouldn't. No, that because him creating space. That's what you. Because to Auntie's point, he's right. The first thing you do is create space.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're coming toward me, I'm gonna back up.
Yes.
And then if you keep on closing the distance, now I have no choice but to defend myself.
You have no choice but to defend yourself. If he keeps trying to close the business by getting in your face, then yes, you have every right to defend yourself at the end of the day.
That could be argued, but Anton being a cooler guy, like the thing about Anton, he was in the cool way a much significantly cooler headspace than Corey was. So he stood on the show fortitude and integrity, right? And he knew he wasn't going to throw the first punch. So he's gonna, if anything, if he wants something to go down, he was on camera for Corey to throw hands at him. So he has definitive proof that he was assaulted, which allows him to get himself with.
I
know all that process in his head because Anton is that kind.
But if it
Anton is that kind of calculated guy.
But that's when it turns bitch me because you did all this provoking and now here we are in court. Like, no.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to get my jaw broken or my nose put on the other side of my face because of some shit the law says or whatever, bro. I mean, come on, we men, we got reflexes, bro. Some things you just can't allow.
I get that, but you have to understand, a guy like Anton is going to take you to court. That's where he's going to win.
That's why I just hit him anyway.
You don't. He learns
whatever.
To be honest, bro,
you hit him.
In a lot of cases,
you say a major
is considered assault.
That'd be a hit to his credit. No, but that would be a point to his that would hurt his credit by doing that shit. Because at the end of the day, everyone saw that you provoked them. So you getting your ass whipped was Justin would be Justin.
I hear you.
You go to court. And then you go to court about it? Nah.
I got you. Yes.
We ain't trying
to in court, talking greasy about somebody, unless you give them a threat, unless you make a verbal threat. Otherwise, you can say whatever you want about somebody, and it doesn't lead to you like putting the hands on them.
Yeah, but no, hold up.
Hands put on you.
That's the difference, right? Check this out, right? That's the difference between assault and battery. You understand what I'm saying? What Corey did is considered assault. What Corey did with nothing thrown, that's assault. Now, had he put his hands on, had he actually snuffed them, like I said, then it becomes assault and battery. You can't just walk up on somebody like that, bro.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is, Anton is the kind of guy, if he want to get you, he's not going to get you on street rules. He's not a street dude. That's just not who he is. He's going to get you in court.
But that's the problem. You're sitting here talking shit like a street dude, though.
So you get what I'm saying. I'm just like that. That's why I would have had a little more respect for Anton. I would have said he didn't take an L with right there when the overlay drop. Hold up, GC, you a little low. But Anton should have just left right there. Just left right there. Just get up, leave. You know what I'm saying? You behind enemy lines. You in his studio. That's all his people. You know what I'm saying? You got your chick with you. You got this whack ass Gene Deal bodyguard. Who's like that nigga needs to be fired, bro. I was like, I don't know who the hell your security is, but that son of a bitch is overpaid. I can tell you that. If that motherfucker making any more than $9 an hour, he is overpaid. Real shit. That motherfucker ain't qualified to do shit but drive.
This is why you have to understand the person invite onto your platform.
I don't know what kind of paid
is
security gonna let somebody do that. You just come up on you like that, bro.
No, I'm just saying. Like, which side of the aisle believes that? Republicans believe in standing your ground, right? Would it be fair to say that in general, Republicans believe standing your ground, you know, violently defending yourself?
In general, yeah.
Exactly. He's a Republican. And he said he's a Republican. He believes in standing his ground. That's not out of pocket for somebody who's a Republican. So this is what you gotta understand. And he's also, and being who he is, because he's in the real estate real heavy, he believes in rules. The reason why he's so good at he said the kind of guy you have on there. So he's not gonna play by the rules. He's gonna play by the rules of a larger system. If it went down, they would have get fighting. Anton would have done enough to survive that encounter. And then later on, court will be getting served. You'll be getting a subpoena.
I just know too many crazy motherfuckers that don't care about jail and being sued. I'm not.
So when you so when you get arrested, it shouldn't be a problem for your actions. Then, since you out here doing whatever to whomever, when you get held up and you get the charges on it shouldn't be a problem.
My jaw hanging on my shoulders, like my entire beard being rearranged and shit, or my nose being on the other side of my face is not gonna feel better just because the person that did it ends up in jail.
No, and that's not, and Anton would never live that down. So you could talk about
that's what I'm saying.
You can talk about the court stuff all you want. Yeah, sure, he'll get a few dollars and this and that, but you really think he's gonna ever live that down on YouTube? No. He can
but his it will strengthen his audience. Remember, he has an audience that agrees with him.
Not really.
Yes,
the majority of his audience is black. His overwhelming
and conservative
is black, and I don't even need to see his numbers to know that.
And conservative, they're black and Republican like he is.
Conservative as in you
bro. He more than quadrupled his
exactly.
His audience.
Well, this video definitely quadrupled it because nothing happened.
No, I'm talking about with the MAGA stuff. When he pretty much just went full far right.
And so by that point, we in their conversation, we already knew that Holcomb is on the MAGA side. He's not a Republican, so he'd have been labeled a liberal or a leftist at least. It was being okay. This is me going up against the other side. They won. I'm gonna win the war, baby. I'm gonna take him to court. I'm gonna take money. I'm gonna own the 5150 show, and he gonna be in jail.
No, you're not. You're not gonna.
I'm just saying this play, bro. This is how they play, bro. This is how people play.
I'm gonna piggyback off you right quick. I'm gonna tell y'all something, gentlemen. It's nice to meet you guys. I've been watching the 5150 show since I was in high school, man. I'm gonna tell you something.
Me too.
Y'all not know this, but Anton put a chest move. I'm gonna tell you how he put a chest move. He went on somebody's show, not only disrespecting him on his own show, but the thing is, Corey Holcomb has some haters that watch at him. So Anton came out and pulled the Charleston White Tommy Sotomayor move and said, "Hey, if I go to this man's show and say if it was come down to a fight, I could punk this dude in front of everybody audience, and I could gain this and gave his viewers to my viewers, to my side. So what he did was, Anton is not stupid as he think he is. He pulled a chess move to get Corey audiences to think that Corey's not about that life, which he completed the process doing.
Yeah,
he gained some new audiences from his new crowd.
No. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not calling Anton stupid. I'm not calling Anton. Anton is not stupid.
I'm gonna say something else too, Corey. Corey Holcomb had a chance to reveal himself, but the thing is, This is Corey's excuse. Number one, that Zoe thing did happen with Aries Spears. He didn't want that to happen again. Number two, it's y'all gotta remember this. I don't know if y'all remember. He broke 2 of his wrists last year. I don't know if he broke 2 of his wrists by riding an e-bike, which he shouldn't have did. I don't know why he was riding an e-bike. And 3 was, if you watch the video again when Anton said, "Let's go outside, let's fight, let's squabble," people in the background that was on Corey's team said, "Don't do that, don't fight him. We're not gonna let y'all fight." So they were holding Corey back, and Darlene was all in Corey's ear too, and said, "Don't fight him." So he had a lot of people on his team that Corey Holcomb and I think did not want him to fight go down.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine. I understand. I do understand that. But you did get out that fucking chair, though. All I'm saying is you did get out that you did get out that damn chair.
He did, but he was trying to redeem himself. But the thing is, he was about to fight Zoe too. Zoe said, "Let's go outside and fight." And Corey froze up. He said, "No, man, we ain't gonna do that." I was like, "See that? You said
yeah,
Corey."
I hear about that. I did not see that incident. Corey? I hear that. I hear about that incident too with Zoe. And yeah, I didn't know Zoe said, "Let's go outside too." And
yeah, you can watch that video. Listen, I've been watching 5150 for a long time, dude. And the thing is about that is Corey, he's one of them OGs that he don't do his research like you say, and it's go off of the mouth. He don't do without doing critical research or deep research without the topic.
But my thing about Corey, what Corey did, like before it escalated, Corey did make a valid point about Anton refusing to call out white men and their bullshit.
Yeah,
Corey was 100% right about that.
I agree with that. I do agree.
Corey was right.
Agree. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm not there. But the thing is, Corey should have known this was going to turn left because Anton saw an opportunity to go on somebody else's platform. The thing is, he did it at somebody else's platform that was big. It had a big audience.
To Corey's point, when Anton was leaving, Corey said, "Well, you know what? It's best you do leave. It's better this way." Corey did say that. Corey said, "You know what? It's probably better this way because I don't think this is going to go well."
The damage has already been done because guess what? Now, I'm going to tell you something else too. You guys ain't listening to this, looking at this too also as well. Since Corey didn't accept the challenge of that fight, not everybody's going to come in his platforms like, man, he said, "Hey, man," they go clowning in his face. Why didn't you spot with Anton?
I think the thing that...
Fights don't happen like that in real life, bro. Nobody steps outside, bro.
That's not that. I don't think that's the thing that...
People are going to test him because
they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
The last time you ever seen somebody say, "You want to step outside," and then they actually went outside and fought.
They're not going to do that.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. And usually when somebody says that, usually 9 out of 10 times, you know what I'm saying? That's just buying time.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
You know what I'm saying?
The one thing I will condone Corey for what he was saying. The one thing I didn't like that Corey said when he was pretty much trying to dry snitch by saying that he wasn't there with his wife.
Yeah,
I did. I didn't like that shit. That was some dirty shit, and that had nothing to do with the topic.
No, it was blatantly disrespectful. Yeah. And Corey had been doing that for a while.
I don't know why you did that shit.
Speaking in code and stuff like that. But that's something
speaking in code, like nah.
When you have no respect for somebody, you are willing to cross every line.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
The thing is, men like Corey. See, the thing is, men like Corey live in the moment. They think, well, he grew up living in the moment, but now he's in this place where he has to think long term. Whereas Anton Daniels stays in the long term. Everything he like so far, everything, all his moves and everything is all done, and he thinks in long term. He thinks about what's the like 3, 4, 5, 6 steps into the future. And Corey is kind of a beginner in that aspect. So that's why he got heated. He kept getting heated and everything because he wasn't thinking beyond that moment. All that, like walking up,
that's the problem.
faces.
I would have been like, "Hey, I know what you're doing, man. You trying to insult me and trying to embarrass me in public. You gotta get out. You gotta go. You gotta get out of here." But he didn't catch that.
No, Corey didn't catch it for himself. Corey wasn't catching that. He was insulting, and he was doing something. He was doing a rubber glue thing, like everything you say, like I can do it, but you can't do it. Like GC was saying.
It was blatant disrespect.
Can I say something real quick? Hold on, let me just say something real quick. First and foremost, Anton has been socked in the eye by his own nephew for talking shit. Right? I don't know if you guys are aware of that.
Yeah.
A couple years back.
Anton alluded to it on Corey's show last night.
Yeah. So and it was a lose for Corey, because if he hits this nigga, I would have just put my finger in this dude's face, and he would have to make contact with me, and that's why I slapped him. Right?
Hey, but I'm telling you.
But let me just say, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Another thing too. So I forgot what I was gonna say, but shit, just lost my track of my mind. Go ahead, and I'm gonna come back to it.
But I'm gonna tell you this though. Ever since now, Anton, they go see Anton's a square dude. Now I'm gonna tell you something. They're gonna use this ammunition that whoever Corey ops or Corey haters are, they're going to use ammunition. Say, hey nigga, you got punked by a square ass nigga. You a lame ass nigga. Oh man, that motherfucker.
No, I don't think people
do that. They're going to do that. They're going to test his limits. They're going to see.
This is what I wanted to say. Only in the comment section they'll do it. In the comment section, yeah, sure.
Not
but
comment.
not real.
I want to say that. Yeah, I want to say that you underestimate.
You don't know how bullies are, man. Bullies are going to do it.
You underestimate the amount of people.
They do the same thing.
Hold on. Let me just say air it out, and I'm done. You underestimate the amount of people that dislike Anton. I'm telling you right now, it's not a lot. Especially,
I know.
Yeah, the fact that his takes is not even just conservative. You see how he was reckless with he's a reckless nigga with his mouth. And he feels as though, because I have the money, I can say all types of stuff. When they mentioned the woman Renee Good that got shot in Minnesota, he was like, fuck her. Like, this nigga is reckless, bro.
Listen, I know that part.
I'm almost done too. I'm almost done. I'm very close. It was a lose-lose situation, unfortunately. Like I said, Corey has a lot to lose. Me, I would have just slapped him and been like, whatever, But make sure that shit is on camera to embarrass him for the rest of his life. I would have ate that shit. Right?
You would have sued public humiliation and shit. Public humiliation and shit.
Just for clarity, you would have slapped
Anton knows
Corey or Anton.
Oh, absolutely, Anton. More than likely, I would have just ate that shit. I'd have been like, you know what? I'll settle out in court or some shit like that.
Nah, Anton would have got you
real, bro. I would have leaned in the one on him, bro.
I would have accepted the fade. I would have accepted the fade.
No. I wouldn't punch him. I would just slap. It's more humiliating to be slapped by a man than to be punched by.
Yeah, I mean,
you know why I accepted the fade?
More often than not, when you slap the shit out of somebody, they usually just sit there in shock. 4 out of 5. I didn't see that's usually what happens.
Somebody, they're gonna be like, "Oh, he's violent." Like, no, nigga, you got nigga slapped you, right? But let me just say this: it's a lose-lose situation. Hold on. It's a lose-lose situation for Corey, because if he don't do nothing, then you got people saying, "Oh, he didn't do anything." But then if he would have slapped him, Anton would have been having all types of police, had all types of lawsuits and stuff like that. He quote unquote got lawyers and whatnot. Anton,
but you would have been bitch made for that.
Now I hear you. I hear you.
Right. What's more embarrassing, getting slapped or losing?
Bitch
made. Is because you slapped somebody.
No, I hear what you're saying, and we understand that as respect, as men that have a conscience about it. His audience, they don't think that way. They would have been like, "Oh my God, look how out of order he was. You guys were just having a conversation." And I get it. I'm not trying to appeal to his audience or nothing like that. But I think for somebody that has a lot to lose, Anton is not gonna get into it with somebody like me on the street. He knows better. He's gonna get into it with people that have stuff to lose, and he could say this, that, and the third, because he knows they don't want to mess up what they got going on.
But I understand, and you're absolutely right about that, which is more the reason why I charge Corey, because I'm like, if you're the one who teaches him that lesson, he know damn well he can't accept that with people who have a lot less to lose than he does. That would have been a very valuable lesson.
Would you say Corey Holcomb has less to lose than Anton Daniels?
No, I would.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. I would say it's the other way around.
I think Anton has
Anton is legit on a free roll right there.
Anton is right now. He's like Rush Limbaugh in blackface. That's what he's
on a free roll. You know what I'm saying? Just like he's going to get. You know what I'm saying? What he wants, which is subs, views, money. Like I said, this is a internet nigga.
Yep.
So he knows like Anton or not, he's gonna find a way to make anything that happens on the internet work for him.
Anton
would have still found a way to make that shit work for him.
And guess what? Anton, I agree with you that you know why? This shit went viral. Everybody in my timeline talking about this. Everybody in my timeline.
That's not your jersey.
It was a strategic move on Anton. He knew what the fuck exactly what he was going to do, and how you got to think what he said in the live stream. He said, "I studied you, Corey," and he was like, he knew Corey's going to was going to keep going after him. That's why he was going to views and shit.
That's why I would have just leaned into one on that nigga and gave him a fucking broken nose for his trouble.
Because
I'd be like, it's cool, bro. Get your views, get your bread. But yo, when you do a live stream popping shit tomorrow, you're gonna have this fucking bandage over your fucking nose.
Yeah.
Sue me.
You would not be expecting that. You would not be expecting wearing a bandage over your nose.
That's all I'm saying, because I know Anton gonna make that shit work for him. So if I'm going to let him gaslight and provoke me like that, I'm gonna hit the motherfucker, bro. Might as well.
And at the end of the day, anyone who's being objective about that shit would have looked at Anton like, well, you was talking hella shit.
I'm gonna tell you
were talking hella shit.
And I was like, I know you about to. How much you was. I'm like, I know you about to come up on it, but you gonna have that. Hey, remember that Geraldo bandit? Remember when Geraldo Rivera got all fucked up on his show and shit? Yeah, that's what you would have been looking like.
I don't care how big of a fan someone in Anton's camp may be. No, you was talking hella shit.
No,
you were talking shit, Anton, and you had that coming. I can't get mad at the man running the thing when you were talking shit. I mean, you said with your whole chest repeatedly, you ain't gonna do shit though.
That's why I would have just hit the motherfucker.
You pretty much called.
But guess what, gentlemen?
On a side note, fellas. Well, right quick. Let me rock. Let me just say this on a side note. Since y'all talking about hosts that got fucked up. One of my favorite ones was Joey Greco from Cheaters. I truly just don't like that nigga. And when he got stabbed, I thought that shit was hilarious.
Damn, that's fucked up.
And secondly, I want to give a shout out to D. Scott for the GC Snack Fund. All right, y'all got it.
I'm old enough to remember when that shit happened to Geraldo, bro.
Hey. This is real life? Or was it on the show?
Yeah. Geraldo Rivera, man, he got fucked up.
He got fucked up. I remember that.
It was real life?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came back to the show with a broken nose.
Bro, this is back in I believe like late 80s that shit happened, bro.
Yeah,
I never watched Cheers. I never watched Cheers. No, I never watched
I
Cheers.
was a kid. You know what I'm saying? No, this is when Geraldo had his show. He used to have that talk show. You know what I'm saying? In the afternoon. Yeah, Geraldo got his nose broke, bro.
Nah, I remember for Steinfeld character
Right on camera, motherfucker stuffed his ass, bro.
He should have got that Steinfeld actor should have got fucked up though, saying a whole bunch of N words in the comedy show. He should have got fucked up the most. I'm surprised they ain't touched his ass yet.
Yeah, he chose the fuck out after saying that shit. That's why.
You talking about Kramer?
Yeah.
No, I said Jerry. Yeah. I thought he meant Jerry Seinfeld.
Now you talking about Kramer. Kramer was on Seinfeld, the Kramer dude.
Yeah, the Kramer guy. Yeah, him.
Oh, the guy. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I remember Geraldo was on his show for about a week with the fucking bandage over his nose, and even with the
glasses on and everything.
Wasn't enough TV makeup in the world to cover that shit up.
So I'm gonna tell y'all something though, gentlemen. I'm gonna tell y'all something. This was all this plan though. That's why he knew when to do it, where to do it, and that's why Anton did it. I'm gonna tell you something. Anton at court, but after seeing this, he got the cojones. People gonna say he got the cojones. Tell that motherfucker what to do. He ain't do it. So now they gonna give him respect. He gonna have some gain, some new viewers out of that. He got something gain. He gains something out of that. And then now it's court.
I mean, there's only a matter of time because he's gonna say that to her. I think at the same time. But hold on. At the same time, he paints a target on his back because there's gonna come a time he's gonna say that to the wrong person.
Yeah, somebody's actually gonna hit him.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I believe that. I'm not denying that. But I'm gonna tell you something else too. But guess what? He gonna have some new audiences now. Watch this.
And they gonna watch, and then he gonna lose those the same audience.
Hey, bro, he gonna have to. Hey, what he need to do is get some new security. Because that security is hard.
He got gassed up. He got his ego. But now this Corey Holcomb dude gonna have to fucking they're gonna have to fucking schedule a fight fatality on a ring or something because they're gonna try him. Niggas hate him too. Niggas don't hate him too, Azrael, and they own some fuck shit. That's what I'm saying. People hate Anton, but people want to see Corey Holcomb be in this place too. So people are going to use that video out the clips. People, females. I'm telling you, people gonna talk crazy on the show, man. I'm telling you, behind the scenes, it might be not on the fucking stage, but people are gonna drop fuck with him too. At this instant,
it's gonna be in the comment section. It's gonna be in the comment section.
Nah, I'm telling you, it's gonna be time. It's gonna be out in public too, though. I'm telling you.
You mean like hecklers, like when he out minding his business? I mean, yeah, sure. People get heckled all the time.
No, Lion, you're not listening. People he had beef with. He had beef with other comedians. So guess what? That's what I'm saying. He had beef with fucking comedians, and guess what? He also got beef with what's his name? What's that football player name?
Cam Newton.
Cam Newton. He was talking shit about Cam. So now Cam Newton, he gonna try to fucking do. That's what I'm saying. They going after they see this. He ain't about that. He got punked. Or he got like what's it called? Played on his own show. People are going to test him. That's what I'm saying. They're going to test him, man. I'm seeing this right now. You let this little nigga talk you crazy. You don't do nothing. We gonna all do the same thing to your ass, and you ain't gonna do shit about it. We gonna say the same results. You ain't gonna do shit. That's what I'm saying, man. It's deeper than that. He got beef with some people that's in the industry too. They're going to try him. I was like, I wish he would have took that fade. I wish he would have took it.
Yeah.
I would have hit that nigga, dog.
Hey, Anton, man, send me a link to your YouTube channel, man. I was trying to find your YouTube channel. I couldn't find your channel.
Yeah, I got two of them. Yeah, Home of the Official YT Purge. I'll and Auntie's The Boiler Room. I'll put them in the back chat. Got you.
All right, got it. Thank you. Yes, I'm up to them. Yeah, because I was trying to see. Yeah, because he got a similar laugh to this other guy I watched. He fun. He's just like you too. He's informal like you too. Got the same style. What what's it called? Attitude like you too. So this dude, I was like, man, it's attitude. I was like, nah.
Well, we'll see how this goes. I mean, yeah, it looks good for Anton for now, I guess.
Yeah, I'm telling it looks good for him because he went up a celebrity. Listen, it's a influencer going against a celebrity, and the influencer won. That's what it is.
He only won because he didn't. He only won because the guy didn't chin check you. That's the only reason why you have that, because you deserved the chin checking and you didn't get it. It's the only reason.
That's why I said if he come and now guess what? He got beef with Corey Holcomb got beef with Comedy Hype News too. So Comedy Hype News are going to use that footage and go say, see, Corey Holcomb didn't do anything, y'all. And Comedy Hype News is pro LGQRA, Alphabet, pro Alphabet, and pro and anti-black man and Comedy Hype News. I was like, oh man, Comedy Hype News already got it. I was like, God damn, man. Comedy Hype News do not like Corey Holcomb. They do not like them at all. So they're gonna use the fuck. They're gonna have a field day with this shit, man. They're gonna have a field day with this shit.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But like, yeah, should have chin checked him. I mean, you gotta, like I said, you got the chair, Corey. You should got the chair.
He ain't gonna do it, bro. I'm telling you, he ain't. He got too much trouble. He got in trouble, man, because of that Ari Spears situation. And plus, he in LA too. That's another thing. LA is a.
I mean, his show's in Vegas. Nah, his show's in Vegas.
I thought his show was in LA's.
Nah, it's in Vegas. You look down.
No, I mean, look, this is all publicity. I'm responding to a comment in the chat. All publicity is good publicity. You know, this will get them both to trend, regardless. You know?
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, so, I think so too. Because my girl said it. My girl said it when she was in the bed. I said, "Hey, you know, Anton arguing with Corey." She said it's gonna be juicy ass fucking content. Everybody gonna talk about this tonight. And as soon as woke up early this morning, everybody talking to this shit.
I caught the acid when Anton was dipping, and then you know what I'm saying. I had watched the replay, you know, this morning, and I'm like, yep, I ain't surprised at none of that shit. The way that shit went down.
I'm in Ed's Discord, and it was in the disc. Somebody put in a video. I really did not want to watch that video, so I listened to it while getting ready for work, and I would just listen to the background. I hear it getting heated. It wasn't until when Corey got quiet and he was about to move toward him, and it sounded like he was moving. That's when I actually picked up my phone, and started looking. I'm like, oh, it's going there. I was like, oh, it's going there. Oh, really?
No,
okay.
The dick sucker part. Hey, Darlene Ortiz, her facial expression was her eyes popped wide open for a Mexican chick. It's the first time I ever seen a Mexican.
Yeah, but I'm like, yo, but that's how much he violated when he said that shit. I'm like, it's going there. When he got quiet and I heard movement, I was like, okay, now I'm paying attention.
Yeah,
I'm paying attention now. I'm like, oh, dang.
Listen, it would have been different, but the vibe would have been different if Zoe or Craig was there. That shit would not go down as you think it would. It would not.
That's the thing too. I don't think it would have gone down that way because they would have kept it on the. They would have kept it.
Reza Islam too. Reza Islam too would have been there too. That's why I was like, he caught Corey at a good time.
Yeah,
that was a perfect strategic strategy. I was like, damn it.
Yeah. I mean, just bad just bad. Crazy.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with what y'all was saying. I mean, because the way I see it, it is kind of like pulling a pistol and not popping. But hey, you got that man to change up his tone and rhetoric. That's why I gave the W to Corey.
I mean, but he didn't though because it got out of hand again.
I strongly disagree with that, but we got to agree to disagree at this point.
It got out of hand again, and he ended up leaving.
Yeah. I'm about to close.
And that's what I'm saying. You're gonna leave anyway, so you might as well have just left right there.
Y'all got any final thoughts?
Fair. Nah, I mean,
you already said it.
What? Right. Yeah, what a day.
My final thoughts is let's see what's gonna happen for a week, a month. Let's see this shit gonna jump off if he gonna get caught off.
Yeah. Now my final thoughts are I think Anton's gonna drag it out. And provoke Corey into a part two where ain't gonna be nothing that pops off. I think Anton's gonna beef up his security. He's gonna beef up his security and actually get some executive protection. You know, he'll probably cheap bastard will probably only pay for about a weekend's worth, but he'll get some real protection because that whoever he got as a bodyguard, that motherfucker is underqualified and overpaid for real.
Fair. No, I think so. I'm like, well, one thing's for damn sure made the week because it is all over the place.
I'll be damned if I pay somebody to protect me and you let somebody come that close to me, man.
Same thing happened to Dave
pay somebody to protect me and this is allowed. Hell no. Hell no.
Same thing happened to Dave Chappelle at one of his lives when the dude rushed the stage. But yeah.
Hell no. That motherfucker getting fired that night. For real.
Yeah. But yeah, hell of a week, hell of a day. Thanks for having me up, GC. Appreciate it.
All right, fellas. It was
appreciate you, GC.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. It was a nice show. Appreciate the difference of opinion. Appreciate everybody. I appreciate the Cash App, Super Chats, managers, moderators, those listen silently, those participate in the chat. Hit the like button on your way out. GameChanger 00100. Game over.